Then, and it is comp bike up first. And here comes the goose, Louis Davis. Right, conditions. A little bit of a headwind, so that could affect ETs a little bit. But Louis Davis has already sewn up the championship in comp bike. That's his second one in a row. He's run 7.00 on this machine. Is there a 6 in it? Can we find it this weekend? It won't be on this run, unfortunately. Bit of a hop, skip and a jump off the line. He'll get it to the top end and it'll count as a qualifier. Goes 11.86 to 115, so obviously not what he wanted. Right, next up then, Jordan Kenway. To tell you what, Jordan's come on leaps and bounds this season. Another one from the junior drag bike ranks, as was Louis Payne. Louis Payne. So, come there, Jordan. Let's see what we got. Not identical, but similar issues there for Jordan. The bike sort of got off the line, but then it stuttered. And Jordan sitting up on the bike coasts to the 8th mile at 40 mile an hour. And I think he's still rolling towards the stripe. The first exit gate is open, ready for him. And goes across the finish line at 17 miles an hour, but should be able to make that first exit, but still got a little bit further to go. Well, opportunity for the track to just do a little bit more sledding in the Kestrel beer lane, as Jordan is now stuck just past the finishing line. So the quad appears from the top end, and we'll hitch him up and take him off the first exit as the track cameras pick him up in the shutdown area. Well, as I say, just I think one, maybe two more comp bikes to run. I think it's just one, actually. And then our focus will be turned to comp Eliminator. Jordan Payne, head of the lanes, number 2 in the championship points chase. Got a good battle royal building with Dan Williams in the number 3 spot. Nick Williams, quite a distance ahead in the number 1 spot, but it's not over yet. It's still to be decided in eliminations tomorrow. Just having a look at the permutations for comp Eliminator. All right, Jordan will need to win the event and qualify at the top spot, with Nick going out in round 1 to take the title. So it's a bit of a mountain for Jordan, but he's a good racer, is young Jordan. But does have that, he's got to keep looking over his shoulder as well, because Dan Williams very, very close behind indeed. So all to play for in the Trackworks competition eliminator. Good to see a strong field actually in comp eliminator. And I just spotted looking out the front window there, we do have oil in the auto glim lane, and it looks like quite a distance of it as well, so it's going to be a bit of a clean up in the auto glim lane. Apologies for this one, folks, just one of those things, but hopefully not too much of it. So tell you what, we'll give the airwaves back to Nitro FM whilst this clean-up takes place, and we will be back with you when we continue qualifying here at the National Finals. So a little bit of a clean up there in the Auto Glim lane. And we are back with the last of the comp bikes, and this is Chris Neary. Well, during that break, Nicky Marshall very kindly sent by personal courier a very nice jam scar. I can't remember what it was called, but it was jam, cream and bun, and what was it called? A Devon Split was sent up to me and it disappeared. I don't know where it went, but Chris Neary, he disappeared into the distance there. 7:55 at 185. Nice one, Chris. The only comp bike to get down the track good and proper there, so nicely done for him. Okay, yeah, so that Devon Split that Nicky Marshall sent up here, somebody nicked it. I don't know where it went. I have to set another one up. Oh, rats. No, Nicky, that was delish. Thank you. Absolutely superb. Right, the Bluebird is going out just to lay some extra traction out there, because next up it is Trackworks Comp Eliminator, followed by Motorsports UK Pro Modified. I can also see, I think, Top Fuel Bike tucked around the corner as well. Going to get extremely loud, extremely fast, and a heck of a lot of fun out there. So I'll tell you what, the Bluebird is out there. They're going to let Nitro FM take the airwaves back just once again, but it won't be for long, because I think once the Bluebird's done its stuff, it will be time to bring Comp Eliminator round the corner. So Nitro FM, the airwaves yours once again. Speak to you in a moment. Well, that's part of the plan, but we'll see. It's all yours. Here we go then, it is Comp Eliminator, and first coming around the corner it is the fraudster, Kev Jenkins, going alongside Jordan Payne with a sticky situation Corvette. Comp Eliminator, round one qualifying. They have indexes, they don't have dial-ins. They can go under their index, it's just individually set for the the individual car that runs. So for example, Jordan Payne runs under the super modified index of 7.99, and Ken Jenkins with the Forza runs under DD8T index, which is 7.58. So Jordan Payne with the 62 Corvette used to be campaigned by his dad Nigel, who's out there as crew chief on the car now. Kev Jenkins with the fraudster, rewriting his personal bests and nicely into the sevens. So a mountain for Jordan to climb, but he's good at doing that sort of thing. Needs to qualify in the number one spot, win the event, and he's capable of doing both. It all depends what Nick Williams does with regards to maintaining that championship lead. So see how they get on. Kev getting a little bit close to the wall, but has it under control. 750 dead for Jordan Payne and 778 for Kev Jenkins. Nicely staying in the sevens there for Kev. Okay, so it's the two Daves. Dave Swift with the AMC. His index is 745, and Dave Smith, same index. Obviously these are both A altereds. They can go under that if they can. So both of these cars due to Comp Eliminator this year. Big plans for Dave Swift's car actually is it will change power plant next year. So just getting used to the car with a 632 cubic inch motor under the hood, but plans for Dave to switch to different power completely next year. Looking forward to new engine combination that's been planned for this car. Dave Smith with the Vagrant, the Jag XKR. They've been obviously supporting Elaine Hancock with the Zephyr, but now time for him to have some fun, and he's got hold of this Jag. And so good to see him back behind the wheel once again. Elaine Hancock going alongside Rob Smallworth. Then it's the Lethal Zephyr against the Dirty Dog. Elaine, another one that's been in the 7-second zone, as has Rob Smallworth. Elaine's index 7.13, 7.99 for Rob. So lane in the Kestrel Beer lane, Rob Smallworth is in the auto eliminator. You can see the indexes up on the boards there. 7.13 plays 7.99. Of course, Rob running under the super modified index. Both away well. Side by side to the stripe. 7.72 for Elaine. 7.77 for Rob, and that's right, side by side there was just 0.02 between them at the stripe. Next up then, Robin Orthodox, who celebrated his birthday yesterday. Many happy returns indeed to Robin, and he's going alongside Nick Williams with the Copo Camaro. And of course, Nick, championship points leader, coming into this event. Dan Williams had a go in this car yesterday and went 9.0. That was the quickest pass Dan's ever made down the quarter mile. But Nick behind the wheel. Nick Williams index 9.26. That's come down a little bit from where it was before. 7.45 for Robin. Both capable of going about half a second under. Oh, Robin very close to the wall, but keeps it away. Goes 7.26, Nick goes 8.64. So Nick Williams goes to number 1. Robin goes to number 4. So Dan Williams then, and Dan's got this battle royal with Jordan Payne this weekend. So Dan needs to go 10.11 to go ahead of Jordan Payne. So it's pretty close between these two. So Dan has dipped this car into the 9s, did so at the last event at the Euro Final Shootout. Beautiful wheel stand off the line there for Dan. So can he get 10.11 or better? Yes, he does. 10.04. So Dan Williams goes to number 2. So Nick number 1, Dan 2, Jordan 3. Okay, we move on into Motorsports UK Pro Modified. It's so good to see Michelle Turenne back with the Pro Dutch Racing Team, going alongside Andy Robinson with the Anger Management 2.0 Camaro. A very, very good morning to people tuned in via the live stream, especially down in Devon, young Carson Kirkwood. Morning, Carson. Hope you're doing well, mate. Sorry you couldn't be here this weekend, but we'll see you at Flame and Thunder, hopefully. And I know the whole family are probably tuned in as well, but Carson, a very, very good morning to you. So then it is Michelle Turenne with the Pro Dutch Plymouth going alongside Andy Robinson with this new Camaro straight out of the workshops. Debuted a few weeks ago. Well, it came along to the door slammers, but Euro Finals the first time they had a chance to exercise it properly. Now really start working on the car, looking for a full obviously championship campaign next year, and all things being well with travel restrictions, we hope to get to all of the pro mods back from Europe next year as well. Going to be very interesting indeed. So, welcome back, Michelle. And of course, proper welcome back to Andy as well. Oh, it's Andy Robinson pulling away at the stripe. Great looking run for him. 6:12 at 224. And Michelle Tarango 6:80, 193. So, some smiles from the Andy Robinson team there. A little bit of concern for Michelle. Please, can I have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, both cars taking the turn off right at the end. And as I say, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Next up, it will be Bobby Wallace with the Wallace Motorsports Camaro. Going alongside Jean Delemont with the Bad Apple Camaro. Well, Bobby's car doesn't sound that healthy when it comes around the corner and does its burnout, but we've seen this before from the car, and when Bobby hits the loud pedal, it tends to settle itself down, and all the initial thoughts of it, oh, not quite running right, it seems to be blown away, but let's see how they get on. Jean Delemont testing yesterday was in the low sixes. Been here for a few weeks now as Jean. Obviously be heading home after this event, so great to see some European representation here this weekend. Well, both of these cars north of 900 cubic inches, and both of course nitrous assisted as well. Bobby looking like he's almost emptying his nitrous there, but proper purge to bring all the pressures up for him. So, Bobby Wallace in the Autoglim lane, Jean Delemont picking Camaro choice. 68 Camaro of Jean, and way up to date there for Bobby. Looks like Jean pointing slightly left. Bobby breaks traction but pedals it, gets it back under, and still goes 637 at 237 miles an hour. That was with a fair old pedal. Goes one flat to 60 foot and 427 to the eighth. Jean Delemont goes 648 also at 237, but his 60 foot 146 not representative of what that car is capable of, and was 443 at 191 at the eighth. Next up then, John Webster alongside Wayne Nicholson. Well, to say Wayne Nicholson had a nightmare of a journey to get here this weekend is an understatement. Got to the services on the motorway, and unfortunately his tow truck broke down, and it was quite a few hours before the plan was finally hatched to get everything up here, but mission accomplished. And although a very tired Wayne Nicholson arrived yesterday, he was here, which is the main thing. So good to see the Lucky Devil team here. And as per usual, social media was attacked very hard with Wayne. So many people did everything they could. John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang in the Kestrel beer lane. And of course Wayne Nicholson, the Lucky Devil Corvette. He's an Autoglim. Oh, great runs for both of them. Absolutely superb. 6:19 for Wayne Nicholson, 6:30 for John Webster. Oh, that was all worth the pain for Wayne Nicholson to get a 6-1 off the trailer. Brilliant run for him. John Webster, 6:30, 232, both of them on it. Great runs for a pair of them. 1 second flat for Wayne to the 60, 104 for John. And at the 8th, 405 for Wayne, 416 for John. Can I have Outlaw Flat Four into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Flat Four into the lanes. Right, it's these two fighting it out for the championship in Motorsports UK Pro Modified. Kev Slyfield with the Blown Bird and Nick Davis with the US Automotive Firebird. So Nick Davis leads Wayne Nicholson by just 10 points. And whoever goes furthest in eliminations can basically take the count. Mind you, there are bonus points for low ET, and that could make a difference. We'll see how this one all pans out. Number one qualifier at the moment, 6.12, 6.19. And that's for everybody's run a 6 so far. Kev Slyfield needs to find his 5-second form. Is Nick Davis, 5:88 2 weeks ago at the Euro Finals meet. So supercharged Blown Bird against the turboed Firebird. Your top two in the championship in Pro Modified. Well, this one's all Kev Slyfield. Kev goes to the stripe with a 6:08 and takes the number one spot. Nick Davis gets out of the groove, had to back out of the throttle. So it was a boxing match. That was round one to Kev Slyfield. So he takes the upper hand in qualifying at the moment. So Kev Slyfield, number one qualifier. Nick Davis, number 8. Oh, that could be interesting eliminations if they stay there. Very interesting indeed. Right, we move on. Pro Modified still. Matt Peters. And a licensing pass for Matt. Top Fuel Bike up next. After that. Very good, strong burn out there for Matt Peters with the Avenger. Now I'd love to parlay this into a 4-ball quarter-mile run with some good numbers. Obviously, we'd like to see the car go below 7.4. So Matt Peters brings the Avenger up to the start line then. Spencer Tram just giving final encouragement. See how Matt gets on then. If this thing launches hard and straight, the run will build nicely from there. That's better for Matt. Just pedalled it a little bit as he got towards 1,000 foot, but 745, 147 miles an hour. Getting very, very close indeed. So well done, Matt. And I think that's his best run in the car so far, so well done to Matt. Outlaw Flat Four into the pairing lanes now, please. Outlaw Flat Four. And it's time to turn our attention to two wheels, and it is Top Fuel Bike. Absolute battle royal in Top Fuel Bike, to be fair. Steve Wallat took the points lead at the Euro final shootout, but Al Smith, Neil Midgley, or any one of them can take the title in the ACU Top Fuel Bike, supported by Banks Nightclub. Many thanks indeed to them. So first up will be Steve Wallat with the dealer. And Neil Midgley just looking patiently on. And I can see the PBR rocket machine of Al Smith as well. So Al was in the 60s yesterday in testing, which is very, very encouraging to see. So just a tiny bit of track grooming before Top Fuel Bike come around the corner. An advert or two from Nitro FM, and we'll be back with you shortly. Well, fair to say that these guys... Oh, no, what problems there for Neil Midgley. Looks like the bike shot off the parachute, shot out of the back very quickly indeed. So it's going to be a solo for Steve Wallat. Good looking run for Steve all the way through to a 6:15. 221 miles an hour. Very, very tidy off the trailer run there for Steve. He means business this weekend, but unfortunately, bike shut off, parachute popped out, and Neil Midgley unable to take the run, obviously. But constantly engineering that bike just to find that sweet spot. Chris, Neil, and the whole team at Cannon Motorsports, Lucas Oils, do a phenomenal job with that machine, but it's just not going to be on this particular run. They've still got two more goes, and they'll get it done. Right, Al Smith is below us with the rocket. Thunderous machine, this one. Absolutely vibrates the floor of the tower every time he goes underneath it. And when you see those three pipes pointing straight out, you'll understand why. Incredible machine, this. 1700cc. All the way now, Smith riding it for all his work. Can he keep it open all the way through? Certainly can. Takes it to a, get this, 6:01 at 228. Oh, so close to the 5 second zone. That was absolutely outstanding. A monster PB for Al Smith. The short numbers, 103 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile, Al, get this, 3.92 at 193 miles an hour. Outstanding pass for Al Smith, and oh so close to the 5 second zone. All the way now, Smith riding it for all his work. Can he keep it open all the way through? Certainly can. Takes it to a, get this, 6:01 at 228. Oh, so close to the 5 seconds. Oh dear, we look around the corner to see the nostalgia funny car of Venom. Tony Betts coming around the corner. Tony's has basically left his pit space up here for quite a while now, actually. Last weekend he had the hot rod up here. The weekend before he was running this car, so time to get this one back out. Well, just checking in on messages actually, and I missed this one when Pro Mod was running, but I know Shelby Webster is tuned in at home. Very, very good afternoon to you, Shelby. Actually, I've just noticed it's gone past midday. Obviously, John Webster running in Pro Modified, and we did have a shout out there for you, Shelby. Starting a master's degree in animal physiotherapy. So, best of luck on that, Shelby. So it is Tony Betts with Venom, the Camaro. So John Wright just making the final adjustments before Tony takes the car up to the line. That's John's mission accomplished. So Tony Betts then with Venom. Consistent 6 second car, this one. Tony bringing it up to stage. Pedal. Are we going to be in the sixes once again? Looks like it now. What flavour 6? It's a 6:16 at 236 miles an hour. Oh, they're getting that fuel system working beautifully on that car. Very, very tidy run indeed there for Tony Betts. Taking it all the way down the shutdown area and takes the left-hand turn at the end. Nice run there for Tony Betts. And can I please have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Tony's handed us a note, well, passed on a note to us in the tower to wish Suzanne Ann Kemp a very happy birthday. Lots of love from Tony. So, Suzanne Ann Kemp, Tony loves you and he wishes you a happy birthday. Well on to the Venom squad. Outstanding run, 6:16. Here we go, Super Street Bike for Taylor's Trophy. Oh, what a class this has turned into this year. A couple of weeks ago, absolutely outstanding. The Euro final shootout with Jake Michelle taking the win and running in the 6 second zone for the first time. And who can forget Alan Morrison Jr. as well. But here we go with Steve Wood and Alex Hope. Alex Hope 125 to 60, 323 to the 330, and it's a 775, 163 at the stripe. An 8.16 at 175 there for Steve Wood. Right, Dave Smith and Mark Hope up next. Did see Dave out running yesterday. Both the way well, 128.60 for Dave, 129 for Mark. But it's Mark all the way through with a 7.19 at 2.03 and managed to keep the front wheel down as well. So well done there to Mark Hope. He takes the number one spot for the time being. Dave Smith goes 8.44. All right, Steve Venables. Again, he's one of those that's got one hand on the trophy, but hasn't secured it completely yet. He only needs to qualify number one or have one round win to secure the championship. And he's going alongside Steve Mead. .23 to 60, 3.29 to 3.30. And it's Steve Venables goes 7.18 at 2.12.80 miles an hour. And Steve Mead goes 7.30 at 200. So that puts Ven in the number one spot for the time being. Don't forget 3 qualifying runs today. Next up then, Jake Michelle, winner last time out. Going alongside Mark Dainty, the Born to be Wild Hayabusa. Mark capable of running some stout numbers as well. Could see side-by-side 200s, but they're more interested in the ETs. Oh, Jake's front wheel came up in the air there, had to back out of it. Keeps it away from the wall though, so it's going to be Mark Dainty getting to the stripe first with a 7.44. 198 miles an hour. Jake recovers to an 8.66 at 128. So that becomes the bump spot then for Super Street Bike, 8.66. Right, next up then, Ross Morrison and Alan Morrison Jr. And managed to get around the bike pits late last night. I had a chat with quite a few of the guys. And long old chat with Ross actually. Looking to go way quicker than the 7.5 second zone that he's in at the moment. 7.77 plays a 7.69, so Ross goes 7. Alan Morrison Jr. goes into number 5. Both of them down on speed though, most definitely. 167 plays 149 miles an hour at the strike. So Gary Bowe. Certainly unlocking the potential of the new methanol setup on the machine. And bearing in mind, number one spot is 7.18 at the moment. The bump spot on the scoreboards, 8.16. And you could see Gary Bowe take the number one here. And that will bring us down to a 7.77 bump spot. So the last one to go in Super Street Bike. After that, it is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Gary just walking the bike up to the line. Let's see what he's got for us on the quarter mile, though. Oh, the bike hasn't launched properly at all. Didn't sound healthy when he was bringing the bike up to the line, and he tried to build the boost up. He didn't actually come up full on boost when he launched it. So Gary, I'll be surprised if he can get to the top end in 33 seconds. So the bump spot remains for Q2 of 8.16. So, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Can I please have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes. First up then, Ash Cooper and Nigel Hale. The 9.5 second Transit van taking on the 10 second Chevy C30 pickup. Yep. That's how quick these things are. Two of the bigger vehicles in Street Eliminator, fair to say. But how they got these things to move as quick as they do is a fine bit of engineering from both teams. So Ash Cooper looks like he's going to be in the 9 straight away. 9.61, 144, and 11.51, 124 for Nigel Hale. Nice job, Ash. Not only that, he's got a consistent vehicle as well. Oh, your ET record holder in Street Eliminator, Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister. 6.8 now. Incredible performance. Going alongside Tony Higgs with Trigger's Broom. Good to see Tony back with us. Many happy returns to Katie Higgs for yesterday. Become a teenager now, so Katie, many happy returns for yesterday. Tony Higgs away first, but here comes the freight train of Andy Bond. I know. Oh, look at that. Outstanding again. 6.82 off the trailer. Tony Higgs goes 8.04 at 174, but look at that. 6.82. Didn't even look like he was trying. 213 miles an hour. Now, I know we gave the freight train moniker to Mark Todd's GTO, but honestly, Andy Bond was on one there. And the numbers proved it. 6.82, 213. Right, Mark Todd had a front row seat for that one. And of course, Andy Bond already confirmed as Street Eliminator champion for Top Speed Automotive for the 2021 season. Congratulations to him. Can't be caught. But Al Mack, he's basically there in second spot. Al Mack only needs to qualify above the bottom spot and take a green light in round 1 to secure second in the championship. But Mark Todd will be looking to go into the 6s. $113 to 60, 468, 161 at the 8th, 707 at 205, plays a 792 at 175. So Mark Todd goes into the number 2 spot, Al McSweeney into number 3. Street Eliminator. Wow, once again. We move on to 850 bike. Alan Morrison and J. Rowe. Aim of the game obviously is 850. If you go below, you break out the class index. So it's close to 850 without going under. So J. Rowe is your man out in front. And breaks out, 8.44, a bit too quick there. Alan Morrison goes 8.82. So all J. Rowe needs to do is stay ahead of Joe Elliott in eliminations to secure the title. Next up then, Ian Critchlow and Patrick Rawnsley. Oh, problems for Critchlow there, so the fossil fuelers machine not going to make it to the quarter under full power. 9.09 for Patrick. 162. And Ian Critchlow just coasting at the moment. I think he's going to make the quarter mile. He does. 22 seconds. And he'll take the first exit. Next up then, Jasmine Cordell. Going alongside Joe Elliott. So Joe took the win last time out at the Euro final shootout. Oh, nicely away, Jazz. So 9.37 plays 8.79 there. Bradley Head and Martin Hallett. This is 9.50 bike. So 9.50 the aim of the game here. 9.51 for Bradley Head, 9.55 for Martin Hallett. Brad takes the number one spot, but this is the man who would like it, Craig Wright. He leads the championship points coming into this one, and he's not that far ahead of Rick Sawatsky in the number two spot. All to play for. Phil Harrison, he is in the number three spot. Phil Harrison had a brilliant Euro final shootout as well. Bit of a bucking bronco off the line though. So Craig Wright, can he hit that 9.50? Can he take that number one away from Brad? 9.52 with a 9. He goes into the number two spot. And Phil goes number four. Right, number two of the points, Rick Sawatsky. Well, considering this is Q1. We've had 9.51, 9.52, 9.55, 9.67 from the four bikes that have gone through so far. Let's see where Rick slots himself in. He goes 9.53 with 7, goes number 3. Right, Outlaw Flat Four. Can I please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, can we have you into the lanes, please? Right, Darren Shepherd and James Wotton for Outlaw Flat Four. So, heads up class. Whoever's quickest takes the number one spot. $9.88 there for James. Darren goes 11.92. Right, up next, Johnny Marriage and Danny Pike, and massive congratulations to Danny Pike. Yesterday in testing, dipped into the 8s. Outstanding performance from Danny. Let's see if we can do it again here today. Riding that wheelie bar beautifully. Good launch. 136 to 60. Oh, 877, 156. Done it again. Well done, gang. 13.29 for Johnny there. Right, Adam Lowe and Paul Bate. It's the Flat Out Beetle in the Kestrel Beer Lane taking on the Orange Street Beast in the Autoglim Lane. $10.80. Lays a 13.04. So that's the wrap for Outlaw Flat Four. 877 takes the number 1 spot there. Well done, Danny. Right, move on to Sportsman ET. As we get towards the end of our first cycle of qualifying, just ET Bike and VW Sportsman to go. And we've just called Pro ET into the lanes for qualifying session number 2. So in Sportsman ET, supported by Hutchinson and Dibley, this is the Tesla. So you've got electric versus combustion engine. It's Connor Holt with the Out of Time Racing Astra. And it's Carl Magera with the Tesla. Got the race number wrong on the left lane. It should be 1030, not 1325. So just a quick adjustment. So the dial-ins then, Carl dials 12 flat, Connor Holt dials in 1325. So they're off and running. Well, Carl looking for that 12. Can he get it? Not far off. 12.17 and a 13.46 for Connor Holt there. Next up, Georgina Smith and Gary Lake. Now then, Gary, one of those fighting out for the championship in Sportsman ET. So let's see where he is. He's in the number 3 spot. And he is only 30 points away from number 1. And bearing in mind there's 910 points available this weekend. It goes to show you what 30 points means nothing. So Gary Lake wants to qualify well, going alongside Georgina Smith. So Gary 14.13 gets a 14.11. That's a breakout, a little bit too quick. Nice one for Georgina, 16.06 on the 01. Okay, Debbie Taylor. I love the message on the back window. Well, I don't like it, but thanks for telling us. She is behind the wheel of the Seat, as unfortunately the Mustang has issues. That's a shame. Going alongside Jeff Cowley with Candice Camaro. 15.30 is the dial-in for Jeff, and 14.60 for Debbie. $14.87 for Debbie, $15.21 for Jeff. Jeff, a little bit too quick there, breaks out by nearly a tenth. Right then, Rob Cresswell. Number 4 in the points. Mathematically possible for him. And that's what it is for most of them, actually. It's all going to pan out really interestingly tomorrow. It's going to be quite a headache. working all of this out tomorrow, but that's why we have Simon Groves with us. But that's going to be the class that's going to throw up most of the most of the confusion, I think. So Rob looking for a 1360, Chris looking for a 17 flat. 1361 for Rob Cresswell. That's number one for the time being, definitely. Chris goes 1813. So Rob Cresswell into the number one spot. Nicely done, sir. 1361 on a 1360. Right, Steve Mellors going alongside Felicity Gibbs. Right, Wyatt McDonald. He's in the DFR hoodie. Happy birthday to you, sir. He's in the grandstand. Where is he? There he is. Happy birthday, buddy. And that was especially when Steve ran. Nice to see the Hulk suits made an appearance back down on the start line as well. How about a 1680 Darling been hit? Oh, a little bit too quick there. 1667. 1734 there for Flick. She goes into number two. Great to see the Hulk suit with a limp. Oh dear, you couldn't make it up, could you? Right, next up then, Dave Ward with the All Aces. Good to see Dave back on the quarter mile. Totally different car for him though. Going alongside AC Bell with that C10 pickup. That is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous machine. Wouldn't mind that parks at home, that's for sure. Darling of 1756. Dave Darling in 1370 with a Porsche. A little bit of wheel spin there from AC. Breakout there, 1749, just a little bit too quick. And 1477 there for Dave. All right, Holly Walters and Dan Holloway. Holly, number 6 in the points chase. Dan, he's number 1. Only 10 points ahead of Felicity Gibbs. Dan needs to qualify well here to stay ahead of Felicity. Both away well. 09 plays 035. You can see the reaction times on top of the scoreboards. So 1570 is the target. 1574, nicely done. So Holly goes into number 4. Dan goes 1633 on a 1620. He goes to number 4. Right, next up then, Kirsty Tram. She's number 7 in the points chase. Mathematically, she can still do it. Thing is, though, for someone to win the championship, it's going to require everybody else in the points chase to go out early. And you will get some fallers at the first hurdle. So we just have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. A little bit concerned in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I don't think that will take long to sort out. A little bit of a sponsored walk in the Kestrel Beer Lane, just going out there with the billies. That should be sorted out very quickly indeed. Just looking at the moment, say it is Sportsman ET we've got running at the moment. We've got ET Bike still to come, and VW Sportsman. And that will be a wrap for Q1, and then it'll be into Pro ET for Q2. Right, so the next pair going to come forward then. We already mentioned Kirsty Tram. She is in the Auto Glim Lane. She's in the Mercedes, dialing in at 14.65. In the Audi, Ashley Clark, dialing in 12.40. A big grin on her face yesterday when I bumped into her. She quite likes this one. About 5 seconds quicker than the other car she was driving before. Ashley's going to get there first. Goes 12.03. Wow. 103 miles an hour at the stripe. That's her quickest run ever. 13.96. Breakout also for Kirsty Tram. But we can't really get Ashley to go any quicker than that, really. Otherwise, she's going to break out of the class. But it's a very stout run indeed. Nicely done. Right, Tig back with the Barracuda. Saw him in Nostalgia Superstock. Now he's in Sportsman ET going alongside Jill Medley with the Jeep Cherokee 1244. Tig Darling in 14.10. Well, 12.44 was the target, 12.60 was the result, but a bit closer was Tig. 14.10 was his target, and he goes 14.16. Right, ET Bike. Good number of them in the mix this weekend. Championship already secured by Phil Pratt, so congratulations to him. Good old gaggle of riders fighting out for second, including Paul Adams, Gary Hester, Dave Grundy and Bill Marsh. So Ian just doing a tiny bit of prep. Nitro FM always there for me, and just a message or two from them. We'll be back with you in a moment with a continuation of qualifying here at the National Finals. So first up then, Bill Marsh dialing a 905 with the Armageddon bike in the Autoglim lane, and it's Paul Adams 895 in the Kestrel Beer lane. Oh, 908 for Paul Adams. Bill Marsh goes 967. So obviously the first two down the track will take 1 and 2 in the qualifying position at the moment. Matt Jones with Beelzebub, the Suzuki 10 flat is his target in the Autoglim lane. And Dave Grundy on the triple, 1053. Gear selection issue there for Dave Grundy, but Matt Jones, I think Dave's going to go past him here, actually. He is. Yeah, Dave goes 12.29, 15.04 there for Matt. Obviously issues on the run there. Only 56 miles an hour as you cross the finish line. So you've got the two Hobo Racing machines here. Michael Gooding alongside Justin Moulton. Can I please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So the Darlings, Michael Gooding 9.10, Justin Moulton 11.17. Oh, Michael Gooding rides that wheelie bar. Wheelie bar? Sorry, he hasn't got one. Rides the wheelie very nicely indeed and parlays it into a 9.10. Nicely done. Justin Moulton goes 17 on 11. He's only a few hundredths off. So Johnny Young and Gary Hester. Gary, you're looking for 8.85, gets an 8.98. Oh, breakout there for Johnny Young. 9.88 was his target, 9.83. I do tell you what, I don't think he'll be too despondent with that. Because 9.83, good number. Very stout run indeed. So, Peter Harrison on the Ducati. He's in the Auto Glim lane. And Robbie Dobby on, not the normal Super Penguin, but the bike name stays the same. Different machine though for Robbie this weekend. Plays a 12.58, so Peter Harrison goes number 4. Robbie goes number 6. Expect to see Darlings change for those two next time they come round. Right, your number 1 man in the points chase. And that's the capability of taking the number 1 qualifying spot as well. Phil Pratt looking for 9.02. .908, that'll do. Gets him in the top half of the field, definitely. And a 10.62 and a 10.6. Oh, only 200s off there. So they're all mixing it up very nicely indeed. So ET Bike, 12 bikes running, and going to be a good old mix as they come round for Q2. Right, VW Sportsman, the last class to run to finish off our first cycle of qualifying. It's Paul Robinson with the Sirocco, and it's Steve Stone with the Golf. The Darlings, 14.60, plays 15.62. VW Sportsman, the championship is led by Rob Cresswell, and he's got a 480-point lead over John Crawford. And it's basically between those two, and John Crawford's going to need all the help he can get to overcome that points lead that Rob Cresswell has got. So 14.52 breakout, 16.37. That's good enough to take number 1 at the moment. And here he is, Crawdog himself, John Crawford, 15.13. Going alongside Steve Metcalf with the Imposter. I think that was meant to be Imposter, but a little bit of a spelling mistake. So Steve Metcalf goes 15.58, 16.12. Well, John Crawford a second off there. Mind you, as I say, 2 more rounds of qualifying to go after this. All right, it's Emma Sadler with Shaky J, the Golf, in the Kestrel Beer Lane, going alongside Connor Jones with the White Pearl VW Beetle. 15.30 plays 17 flat. So how close have they judged their runs? 16.69 and 16.76. One was a breakout, that was Connor. The other one just a little bit off. But as I say, 2 more rounds to go to get it right. Phil Jones and Ethan Lyle. It's the Dragon Wagon Audi A3 taking on the Rollin' P. This very rapid little Lupo. Well, it looks like Ethan's going to get there first. Goes 14.80 on the 14.50 and a 15.41 on the 14.72. But Ethan there goes to number 1 for the time being. But still got 3/10 of a second window to take that number 1 spot. Is it going to go to one of these two then? As we call him, Dan Brioche with the Loco Polo. As Daniel Boucher going alongside Justin Foley with the 50 Shades Darker Audi TT. All right, Daniel getting there first, goes 14.25. That's a healthy breakout there. 15.26 for Justin. He takes number 1 spot. And he's just 16/100ths off. So still a window of opportunity for these two then. Morgan Wilson with the Misdemeanor Havoc Beetle. 17.60 her target against Polly Judge, the halfway to hell Audi TT. Polly's just starts to put her nose in front here. Target 16.36, gets a 16.81, a 17.91 or 17.60, but it is Morgan that is slightly closer. Morgan goes 3, Polly goes 4. Can I please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, Jack Gooding and Lawrence Clark. Jack, number 3 in the points chase for VW Sportsman. But it's Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbird. Should get to the top end first, looking for 15 flat. And that's not a bad looking run, despite the cherry on the tree. That doesn't matter. Is he going to run a 14? Slightly. 14.02. I think they got the dial in a bit wrong on that one. That broke out by nearly a second. But Jack Gooding goes 16.34 and a 29. He's 5/100ths of a second off. Jack Gooding goes to number 1. Andrew Bambrick with the Mark II Golf. And Simon Clark with the Black Pearl Audi TT. Darling's then 14.01 for that beautiful blue Golf. And the Audi TT 13.61, just 0.4 of a second between on predicted dial-ins. But I can see Andrew getting there first. He does with a 14.38 and a 14.23. Rob Cresswell with the beast, the Audi RS4. He is number one in the points chase. 13.60 is dialing. Did put up the car up for sale earlier on this year, but good job he didn't sell it. Otherwise he wouldn't be in the shout for the championship. 13.89 goes number 3. So we move back into Pro ET, and this is qualifying cycle number 2. And the first pair out. John Giles with the Blitzkrieg Roadster, going alongside Alan Schofield with the Dragster. John Giles currently in the number 20 spot. Alan is currently 15 with the Dragster. Darlins, 980, plays 890. Ah, 891, Alan Schofield. Big move for him, moves up. 15-3, no help for John Giles, goes 993 on a 980. But Alan Schofield, good job. Mark Huxley and Paul Marston. Mark broke out in Q1. Paul Marston, though, hit his number, went 890 with a 9. Only James Oliver did a better job. So the Darlings end. Paul Marston sticking with the 890. Mark Huxley looking for a 1004. $8.96, 10.12. No help for Paul, but Mark Huxley moves from 27 to 16. Vic Parsons with the Belvedere. And Pete Dodd with the 67 Camaro. 10.33, place 9.14. Pete Dodd trying to chop the tree down. There's 0-2 red, that doesn't matter. All about the ET. 926, plays a 10.34. Vic Parsons stays number 4. Pete Dodd stays number 20. Alright, Simon Goff with the package. Hi Sharon, sure she's tuned in. And again, it's Dave Charrett with the Dark Revenger. So Darlington 866 for Si, he's currently number 27. Dave Charrett looking for 980, currently number 17. $869, 981. Si stays put, but Dave Charrett 17 to 6 with that one. 81 on 80. Good job. All right, Dave Fulton with the Camaro, currently number 23 spot. Mason Griffiths, number 24. Dave 905, Mason 928. Oh, 002, Dave Fulton, Wide Away Club. Mason wasn't far off, 01 red. 931, place of 912. They both move up. Dave Fulton moves up to 18. Mason, though, moves up to number 9. Lee Morris and Alan Medley. 10-10 for the Jaguar E-Type. 1071 for the old timer. Nicely done for Lee. 72 on a 71 for Alan. Unfortunately, it was an 11.72 on a 10.71. But Lee Morris moves up from 20 to 9. Lee Huxley and Brett Featherstone. We've seen Mark Huxley go through already, found an improvement. Can Lee? Should be able to. He's in the number 24 spot at the moment, dialing of 926, as should Brett. 957 his dialing. Which Chevy Nova will improve the most? 942, Lee Huxley moves up one spot. Brett Featherstone goes 965. He moves up to number 20. Ronnie Mercer with Annie the Anglia. Dialing of 887, going alongside Guy King for Williams Brothers Racing. Target for him 10.07. Get there first, but how close to 887? 895. Guy King breaks out by 0.05 of a second, so he stays 16. Ronnie stays 15. So the White Noise Peugeot 205 of Bob Molden currently resides in the number 11 spot. Target for Bob 964. And is Andy Garnett with the Millennium Hawk Tesla. 1098 his dial-in. Well, I'll roll the beams a little bit there for Andy Garnett, so that's going to hurt the ET. See how Bob gets on. 964 the target. Breakout 961, a bit too quick. And 11.54 for Andy Garnett, so no help for either of them. All right, Tom Watkins with Doris. Charger with that new power plant he's getting rather used to at the moment. 9.05, and he's not far away from the 8s. Marie Mills with the 23T Roadster, looking for a 10.69. Good looking launch there for Tom, 137 to 60. Oh, this is looking very good for Tom. 907. That moves him up from 26 to 9, and a 73 on a 69 there for Marie. Moves her up from 22 to 12. Well, they're all moving around in Pro ET. Not surprised at all, to be honest. Got some data from their Q1 runs, and now making the relevant adjustments for Q2. So it's Brian Huxley and Simon Innes. Simon coming into the event number 3 in the points chase. Oh, 04 plays 07 on the lights. Brian wins the reaction time advantage, but it's all about the ETs. 9.57 breakout for Brian, but it's the right side for Simon. So Brian stays 8, but Simon moves up from 27 to 22. James Oliver, your number 1 qualifier, and fair to say, I think that's going to stay. Going alongside Tom Kay. We didn't see Tom in round 1. Black Belt Racing Junior Comp Dragster. He's dial in 9.80. Well, Ollie, number 1 qualifier with a perfect ET in Pro ET, and he missed it by less than 100th in Nostalgia Superstock, so he's on super form at the moment. Let's see what we can do here. Q2 adjustment to the dial-in by 0.02 of a second. $9.33. Should have stuck with the 9.33. 9.81 for Tom Kay though, goes straight in at number 5, having not got a run in Q1. So nicely done there for Tom. Well done. All right, number 15 qualifier Will Clark taking on number 16 John Bean with the Shotgun Capri. John Bean looking for a 10.03, Will 9.86. 9.89 there for Will, moves up to 13. John Bean breaks out 9.98 on a 10.03. Just that little bit too quick, so he stays 16. Well on to Will, just a 2-spot improvement. James Forster with the ML Howe fencing supported Duster. And Neil Watkins with a little Purple Express Dodge pickup. The dial-in said James 9.35, 11.38 for Neil. There for James. Neil goes through with 11.43, so they stay put. James 20, Neil 6. Right, Amy Watkins, number 2 in the points coming into this weekend. So Amy Watkins at 9.58, the target for her. Shane brings up to the line. So, Super Pro ET. Guess what? John Atkinson, Dave Russell line up together once again. The man with no name, and the time with money Cortina Estate. Dave Russell qualified in the number 8 spot with an 8.89 in Q1. John Atkinson 8.97, a little bit close to his dial-in, so he's slightly ahead in the number 6 at the moment, but it can all change in Q2 and probably will. .86 on 84. Dave Russell moves up to spot. Tom Atkinson moves up to spot. 8, 9, 9, 97. They came in 8 and 6 and they leave 6 and 5. Pete Walters with the cannon reloaded. Alan Didwell. VW Pro to the pairing lanes, please. Can I have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Pete Walters 765 darling, Alan Dibble 772. Pete's currently number 8, Alan number 12. Well, both of them chopping the tree down with their reaction times both in the zeros. Unfortunately, they missed with their axes and they both went red, but that doesn't matter. All about the ETs. Pete goes 73 on a 65, stays 8, but Alan Didwell finds a bit of an improvement. Goes 8.14, moves up from 12 to 10. So number 1 in the points chase then it is the Giles and the Hartley Dragster, shared between Daniel Giles, who's walking behind the car at the moment, so Barry Giles on driving duties this weekend. Going alongside Mark Turner with the Supra. I think that this car's been around drag racing for such a long time, it still looks mint. Obviously it's had a few colour changes over the years, been through a few hands, but certainly worthy of Super Pro without any shadow of a doubt. Barry Giles, my calculations tell me it's about 33, 34 years racing with this car, and it still looks like it was built yesterday. Full credit to the team. Not only that, it's leading the championship by a fair old margin as well, and more than likely to be leaving here Sunday night with another Super Pro Championship belt. 7.45 the dial-in for Barry. Mark 8.57. 47 or 45. Barry Giles. Just makes life more difficult for the others. Goes 11 to 6. Mark Turner moves up as well. So the pack is being reshuffled after every pair. Laura Turbeville and Phil Toppin up next. Phil, great run in Q1. Dialed in 875, went 875 with a 5. Laura Turbeville, number 11. Dialed in this time 780, went 795 in Q1. Both of them on good looking runs. Laura's going to get there first. 789. Phil goes 872. A bit too quick there, Phil. He's going to stay number 2. Laura stays 11. Joe Kellett. Guess where he ended up after Q1. Yep, same place his sister did in Super Comp. Number 1. Go alongside Ron Bartlett. He's in the number 4 spot coming into this session. So Joe hit the sweet spot straight away in Q1. Just 2 foul off his time. 7.602. Take that number 1 spot. Ron Bartlett, number 4. Goes with the 822 dialing. He ran 822 last time out. Just wait for the top end to be cleared, which it is. Not sure what happened there at all, actually. No time or speed recorded for Ron. Joe Kellett breaks out. He knows the story, so he's passed it on to the team, so we'll see what happens later on. All right, Harrison Brown with the Camaro. Very nice 767 in Q1, going alongside Ashley Bell. 852 in Q1. It'll be Junior Dragster up next, but we've got quite a few Super Pro cars in the lanes. 769 and 847 breakout there for Ashley Bell, but Harrison Brown very nicely done. 300s off, moves up from 15 to 8. Right, next up then, Mark Bailey with the Barracuda. And it's Scott Hauser. Can I please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So, Mark Bailey, 866 the dial-in for the Barracuda. Scott Hauser winds it back a bit, 737. Scotty's going to get there first. Go 7:39. Should have left it where it was, Jeff. 7:39 in Q1 and when it ran to 7:37, ran 7:39. Right, Billy Gain, currently in the number 3 spot. So Billy Gain comes up to the line, dial-in of 8.56. Five and a half seconds to the 8th, 127, 858 at 155. Billy, unbelievably no improvement, so he stays at number 3. So the big Buick comes under the tower for another observed run. Much harder on the burnout that time though. So got a feeling they'll be hitting it quite hard. All sounds good on the burnout, but when it goes to the run, it just doesn't seem to build up and launch hard at 1268, 80 mile an hour. But they'll get it sussed, definitely will. Right, Lucas Oils, Junior Dragster. First pairing then, Caitlin Wilson, Purdy Hadfield. Purdy, fantastic in Q1. 008 reaction time to take her to the number 2 spot. Caitlin Wilson, number 13. In her last appearance in Junior Dragster, as she'll be over the age of 18 when the next season starts. So her last race meeting in the juniors. And of course, that's with Morgan already moving on up, it's going to be the last time that we see the misdemeanor dragsters. Well, the junior machines anyway. Well, Purdy on tremendous form at the moment. #1 qualifier a couple of weeks ago. Went on to take the event win. She's #2 already today. But don't be surprised if Purdy goes red, because she's really got to try so hard to beat a 008 in Q1. Well, there's the predicted red, 07. .811 plays 841. ETs don't matter. It's all about reaction times. No help for Caitlin either. So she stays 13. Jack Taylor and Chevy Checkett then. Jack currently #23, Chevy currently #18. Watch these two climb the leaderboard, as long as they don't go red. Well, Jack Taylor definitely making a move in the right direction there. 23 moves him up to #14. And because of Jack's improvement, just push Chevy down a spot. Jacqueline Bartlett with the Slick Tricks Racing Junior Dragster alongside Kai Cooper. Oh, Jacqueline a bit keen to get the job done there. Goes red. Kai Cooper the right side. But both of them got room for improvement there. Well, Kai does actually move up a couple of spots there. Next up, your #1 qualifier, Freddie Taylor with the Outlaw Angria Junior Dragster in the Kestrel Beers Lane, going alongside Daniel Weir, the Floex Racing Dragster. He's currently #24, just a good green light for Daniel will move him on up. If you get a green within a 10th, you get onto our front page, which is the top 16. But Daniel goes red. Freddie Taylor, form continues. 022. That would be good enough to put him #4 if he didn't have the first one. So obviously Freddie stays #1 with that one. Daniel stays 24. All right, Daniel Todd up next. Going alongside Luke Fulton. Oh, Luke, a bit too keen to get the job done there. 0-1 red. So he's going to stay 15. Daniel Todd, 0.18, not going to help on his 0-4 from Q1. So he's going to stay in the #6 spot. Damien Redshaw with the first of the Odyssey battery-sponsored junior dragsters. And going alongside young Spartacus himself, that, of course, George Oliver for Williams Brothers Racing. So currently Damien is number 18, George number 17. Would like to get a 0 light of some description to move on up. George trying to rock his car into stage. He's got his leg pumping away, trying to get the thing to rock forward. There he goes. Just wants to tickle that beam, doesn't want to go any further than he has to. And the end result is a 0.9. That's going to move him up, but Damien goes 0.8. And that's going to put him in front of George. But they're both into the top 16. Damien goes 11, George goes 15. Lola Bell, she's currently 13. Ellie Brown, currently number 4 with the Mystic Dragster. Lola Bell looking to go quicker than a 0.8 on her first one. 0.26 for Ellie Brown on her first one. No help for either of them actually. Lola Bell goes to go 0.18 and Ellie 0.93, but unfortunately pulls the car over to the right hand side. Obviously an issue. The car didn't leave the line properly at all, and that'll just be pulled back. And don't worry, got another go. So just take seconds to move that one. So the second of the Fenny Racing Junior Dragsters, going alongside Mackenzie Love. That is, of course, Kai Cooper. .009 for Mackenzie Love. That's going to put him into number 3. Cherry on the tree for Kai is going to drop him from 7 to 8 due to Mackenzie's improvement. So we got 3 of the juniors now with 00 reaction times. So Jessica Bishop with the Nightmare Junior MC going alongside Ada Cassisi. So Jessica currently number 23, Ada currently number 20. 0.95 or better will get you onto the front page in the top 16. Well, that'll do for Jessica. Very nice indeed. 0.52 puts her in the number 10 spot. No help for Ada actually. Can I stay put in number 20? Well, actually drops off spot actually because Jessica improved, and she was behind Ada going into that one. Harley Corsell, Thomas Cook Abbott. Running out of opportunities for these two to line up side by side. Thomas Cook Abbott's last meeting in Junior Dragster Championship racing. Harley Courcell's got a little bit more time, but then who's to say that these two won't meet again in qualifying, whichever classes they end up racing in the future. So Thomas Cook Abbott going from the 8th to the quarter mile next season, or may have to take a hiatus due to car not being ready. 005 red for Harley, 011 red for Thomas. Right, number 6 qualifier, Luke Mugridge. He needs to go quicker than the .030 reaction time to improve, which is a big ask, to be fair. But done it before, can do it again. Going alongside your championship points leader. With the Odyssey battery support, it is, of course, Harry Redshaw. He's in the number 13 spot, which is the top half. Now he can go quicker than 08. He's just going to help himself even more. Both in pre-stage. Both in stage. Tree counts them down. Green light race, and it's 046 for Luke Mugridge, but he's already gone 03. And 09 for Harry, he's already been 08, so no help for either of them. They stay put. Luke 6, Harry 13. Katie Ellis, and it's Harley J. Darby. So let's see how these two get on then. Harley J and Katie Ellis, they're 11 and 19 at the moment. Fingers crossed for Katie, couldn't get the dragster all the way down to the finish turn-off. That's better. Oh, 04 for Harley J. That's going to move him up a bit. Was number 11, now number 8. Katie stays 19. All right, Teddy Sullivan. Max Taylor. Max just has problems staging that dragster, actually. That's better. So Teddy goes 0.19, Max goes 0.20, but more importantly, Max is now qualified. Well done, Max. So that's the end of Junior Dragster. And with one more qualifying round to go, you've still got young Freddie Taylor, top of the pile. Purdy Hadfield, number 2. Mackenzie Love, number 3. All of them with 00 lights. That'll make life very interesting going into the final session. Next up then, VW Pro, and it is the Late Goose, Adrian Solly, with the Audi coming up into the Kestrel Beer Lane, going alongside the Team Militia Golf of James Gould. The Darlings then, 11 flat for Adrian, 11.20 for James. Well, Adrian should get there first. Part of that due to the red light he pulled. 11.34 plays 11.16. Oh, James Gould breaks out by 0.04 of a second. So unfortunately no improvement for him on the qualified order despite a massive improvement with the Cars ET. Lee Caudry and Paul Jackson up next. 12.20 plays 10 flat. Paul Jackson getting to the strike first, goes 10.09, nicely done Paul. 12.44, so Paul Jackson 10 to number 1, well done Paul. James Hodson, currently a number 3 spot man. Abby Tether, she's in number 5. Okay, the lights go green. 12.57, sorry, 12.87 the target for Abby. James Hodson looking for a 10.4. 10.51 and 12.96. Abby Tether moves up from 5 to 2, drops James down a spot from 3 to 4. A 51 on a 40 doesn't do James any favours at this stage. Still one more qualifier to come later on. Next up, Paul Day with the Corruption Racing Golf. 12.65 is his dial. And it's James Rhodes with that Lupo, 10.30. Tree counts him down, and it's a better launch out of the two there for Paul Day. But it is going to be James Rhodes that gets to the strike first. 10.39 on a 10.30. He moves to number 1. Paul Day goes 12.84 on a 65. Moves up from 14 to 6. But new number 1 man, James Rhodes. Right, Luke Stevenson. What's he got for us? 9 flat is the target. Are we going to see an 8 from Luke this weekend? That'll be proper icing on the cake job if he hits that. Rob Carter, his opponent in the auto eliminating with the S4. So Don's 12.45 then for Rob. $9.69 for Luke, $12.63 for Rob. Rob moves up from 9 to 6. Luke could turn the speed at 135, but $9.69 not quite where he wants it to be. Dave Crowhurst and Carl Goldsmith, Top Fuel Carl as we call him. That name seems to have stuck now. Dave currently number 4, Carl currently number 10. 9.65 plays 10.10 on the dial-ins. $9.63 break out there for Dave Crowhurst. I don't think you mind that too much. And 11.37 there for Carl Goldsmith. So Dave stays put at number 4. Carl stays put number 10. Graham Fairhead with the fastback. His target number 11.40. So 11.40 is the target, 12.68 is the result. Graham Fairhead stays number 13. Right, junior drag bike. Just a reminder once again that junior drag bike pit area doing raffle tickets. And that will be drawn tonight, I believe. Or is it tomorrow? I can't remember. I do apologise. But anyway, tickets are £1 each, and all the funds go towards the ACU licences for all the junior drag bike racers. So a great idea. Holly King. Looking for an 11.40. Oh my goodness me. 11.41 on 11.40. That's going to be tough to beat. Well done, Holly. Right, Lyra Humber and Casey Holgate. Casey, we saw, didn't get that full run in earlier on, so obviously being a dialing class, needs to get it all the way to the finish line for the 8th mile, not quarter mile. But it's our dialing class. So 16.70 number for Lyra, 10 flat for Casey. Well, Casey goes through with a 13.65. Lyra, 16.32. Really breaks out by half a second there. Right, move on to Funny Bike. As I say, don't forget, go around to the pit, support the Junior Drag Bike Club, and buy some of their raffle tickets. £1 each. Nice goodie bag as a prize, and all the proceeds go to the ACU licenses for our junior drag bike riders. Every little bit helps in drag racing, and very proactive idea there for Junior Drag Bike Club. So Funny Bike sees Mark Smith and Stu Crane. Stu 6.62 in Q1. Mark Smith, not too shabby, 7.21. He was in the sixes with a Stu Crane combination a couple of weeks ago. But Stu really on it this weekend. Going to be, is it a solo then for Stu? It is. Mark's bike has cut out. So, yeah, just going to get Stu on his own and then start Mark's bike up. Went from second to third, and bike almost backfired then. 105 to 60, left hard. But Stu just pulling over to the left-hand side. Goes 14.72. Coasts across the line at 48 miles an hour. So Mark Smith now just comes off the bike, and they'll push the bike back. Bit of concern actually for the lane that Stu just ran in, just checking it out. Possibility of, yeah, unfortunately looks like we've got a little bit of oil down there. Yeah, you can tell by the way the track crew stand there with their legs slightly apart, just gives an indication. So yeah, we're going to have a moment of downtime, and yeah, oh dear, looks like it could be a fair bit of the lane actually. Give us a chance to have a breather up in the tower. So Nitro FM 96.2, just going to take the airwaves for a moment. We'll be back with you with a continuation of qualifying once again here at the STP National Finals. I can't remember what it was called, but it was jam, cream and bun, and what was it called? A Devon Split was sent up to me and it disappeared. I don't know where it went, but Chris Neary, he disappeared into the... So 8:42 plays 8:50. Both away well. Side by side to the stripe. 772 for Elaine. 777. Oh, Robin very close to the wall, but keeps it away. Goes 726. Nick goes 864. So Nick Williams goes to number 1. Robin goes to... Beautiful wheel stand off the line there for Dan. So can he get 10, 11 or better? Yes, he does. 10.04. So Dan Williams goes to number 2. So Nick number 1, Dan 2. Oh, it's Andy Robinson pulling away at the stripe. Great looking run for him. 6.12 at 224. And Michelle Turan goes 6.80, 193. Bobby breaks traction but pedals it, gets it back under. And still goes 6.37 at 237 miles an hour. That was with a fair old pedal. Goes 1 flat to 60 foot and 4.27 to the 8th. Oh, great runs for both of them. Absolutely superb. 6.19 for Wayne Nicholson. 6.30 for John Webster. Oh, that was all worth doing the championship in Pro Modern. Well, this one's all Kev Slyfield. Kev goes to the stripe with a 6.08 and takes the number 1 spot. Nick Davis gets out of the groove, had to back out of the throttle. So, hello, Steve Waller. Good looking run for Steve all the way through to a 6.15. 221 miles an hour. Very, very tidy off the trailer run there for Steve. All the way now, Smith riding it for all he's worth. Can he keep it open all the way through? Certainly can. Takes it to a, get this, 6.01 at 228. Oh. Morrison Jr. as well. But here we go with Steve Wood and Alex Hope. Alex Hope 125 to 60, 323 to the 330, and it's a 775, 163 at the stripe, and 816 at 175 there for Steve Wood. Both away well, 128, 60 for Dave, 129 for Mark, but it's Mark all the way through with a 719 at 203, and managed to keep the front wheel down as well. So. 123 to 60, 329 to 330. And it's Steve Venables goes 718 at 212.80 miles an hour. Oh, Jake's front wheel came up in the air there, had to back out of it. Keeps it away from the wall though, so it's going to be Mark Dainty getting to the stripe first with a 744. 198 miles an hour. Jake recovers to an 866 at 128. So that becomes the bump spot then. Way quicker than the 7.5 second zone that he's in at the moment. .777 plays a 769, so Ross goes 7. Alan Morrison Jr. goes into number 5. So Ash Cooper looks like he's going to be in the 9 straight away. 9.61, 144, and 11.51, 124. Tony Higgs away first, but here comes the freight train of Andy Bond. I know Oh, look at that. Outstanding again. 6.82 off the trailer. Tony Higgs goes 8.04. 113 to 60. 468, 161 at the 8th. 7.07 at 2.05. Plays a 7.92 at 1.75. So index. So it's close to 8.50 without going under. So J Rowe is your man out in front. And breaks out, 8.44, a bit too quick there. Alan Morrison goes 8.82. Oh, problems for Critchlow there, so the fossil fuelers machine not going to make it to the quarter under full power. 9.09 for Patrick. 162. Oh, nicely away, Jazz. Bit of a bucking bronco off the line though. So Craig Wright, can he hit that 950? Can he take that number 1 away from Brad? 9.52 with a 9. He goes into the number 2 spot. And Phil goes number 4 from the 4 bikes that have gone through so far. Let's see where Rick slots himself in. He goes 9.53 with 7, goes number 3. Riding that wheelie bar beautifully. Good launch. 136 to 60. Oh, 877, 156. Done it again. $10.80. Plays a 13.04. Well, Carl looking for that 12. Can he get it? Not far off. 12.17 and a 13.46 for Connor Holt there. So Gary Lake wants to qualify well, going alongside Georgina Smith. So Gary 14.13 gets a 14.11. That's a breakout, a little bit too quick. Nice one for Georgina, 16.06 on the 01. $14.87 for Debbie, $15.21 for Jeff. Jeff, a little bit too quick there, breaks out by nearly a 10th. Shooty. There he is. Happy birthday, buddy. And that was especially when Steve ran. Nice to see the Hulk suits made an appearance back down on the start line as well. How about a 16.80 Darling been hit? Oh, a little bit too quick there, 16.67. 17.34 there for Flick. She goes into number 2. Great to see the Hulk suit with a limp. From AC. Both away well. 09 plays 035. You can see the reaction times on top of the scoreboards. So 15.70 is the target. 15.74, nicely done. So Holly goes into number 4. Dan goes 16.33 on a 16.20. Ashley's going to get there first. Goes 12.03. Wow. 103 miles an hour at the stripe. That's her quickest run ever. 13.96. Breakout also for Kirsty Tram. Oh, 908 for Paul Adams. Bill Marsh goes 967. Well, gear selection issue there for Dave Grundy, but Matt Jones, I think Dave's going to go past him here, actually. He is. Yeah, Dave goes 12.29, 15.04 there for Matt. Obviously issues on the run. Oh, Michael Gooding rides that wheelie bar. Wheelie bar? Sorry, he hasn't got one. Rides the wheelie very nicely indeed, and parlays it into a 9.10. Gary looking for 8.85, gets an 8.98. Oh, breakout there for Johnny Young. .11 plays a 12.58, so Peter Harrison goes number 4. .908, that'll do. Gets him in the top half of the field, definitely. And a 10.62 and a 10.6. Oh, only 200s off there. He's led by Rob Cresswell, and he's got a 480-point lead over John Crawford. And it's basically between those two. And John Crawford's going to need all the help he can get to overcome that points lead that Rob Cresswell has got. So 14.52 breakout, 16.37. So Steve Metcalf goes 15.58, 16.12. In there. So how close have they judged their runs? 16.69 and 16.76. One was a breakout, that was Connor. Well, it looks like Ethan's going to get there first. Goes 14.80 on the 14.50 and a 15.41 on the 14.72, but Ethan there. All right, Daniel getting there first, goes 14.25. That's a healthy breakout there. 15.26 for Justin. He takes number 1 spot. Well, Polly's just starts to put her nose in front here. Target 16.36, gets a 16.81, a 17.91 or 17.60, but it is Morgan that is slightly closer. Morgan goes 3. And then 14.01 for that beautiful blue Golf. And the Audi TT, 13.61, just 0.4 of a second between them on predicted dial-ins. But I can see Andrew getting there first. He does with a 14.38. And a 14.23. Darling's end, Paul Marston sticking with the 8.90. Mark Huxley for a 10.04. $8.96, 10.12. Well, Pete Dodd trying to chop the tree down. There's 0-2 red, that doesn't matter. All about the ET. 9.26, plays a 10.34. Vic Parsons. 8.69, 9.81. alongside stays put, but Dave Cherrett. Oh, 002, Dave Fulton, wide away club. Mason wasn't far off with 01 red. 931 plays a 912. They both move up. Dave Fulton moves up to 18. Right. $10.13, nicely done for Lee. 72. So which Chevy Nova will improve the most? 942, Lee Huxley moves up one spot. Brett Featherstone. So Mark Smith in Q1 went 721. Drifting towards the middle, straightens it up. 792, 145. Well, good to see Tony Clark out on the hired gun. A fair bit of carnage at the Euro final shootout to sort out, but him and Phil have managed to do it. Well done to them. Going alongside Kev Osman. Kev went 846, but lots more to come. So Tony Clark to the stripe goes 8 flat, and Kev goes 9.99. So Jerry Lukes and Dave Peters. Jury went 8.79 in Q1. Dave 9.51. Both pairs were going quicker. Jury gets there first with an 8.79. He's quickest of the day, and Dave 9.01. Okay, we move on into Nostalgia Superstock. Vic Parsons taking on Stuart Thompson. Vic Parsons, your number one qualifier after Q1, went 10.33 with a 3 on a 10.33 dial. And Kiwi 9.87, dials in 9.85. Identical reaction times. $9.91 for Kiwi and $10.37 there for Vic. They stay put. 9-1. Right, Don Scott and Chris Lehrer. Don was 9.59, Chris 12.95. 9.69 on a 59 there for Don, stay 17, and it's a 12.94. Minuscule breakout there for Chris. Less than 100th, but unfortunately the wrong side, so no help. Adrian Portelli and Dave Bilodeau. Dave leading the championship points and qualified number 2. So he's doing everything he can to secure this championship. He's already taken the Lifestyle Nostalgia Superstock Championship. Can he take the National Championship as well? Going alongside Adrian Portelli, he's currently number 7. The Darlings, 9.98 for Dave. And it's 10.80 for Adrian. 10 flat, plays a 10.78. Breakout there for Adrian. Dave already got closer before. Chris Gooddow and Paul Smale up next. The El Camino alongside the Camaro. 13.08 the dial in for Paul. He's currently number 5. Chris, 10.40, currently number 6. Good looking run here for Chris. 10.39 with a 9 on a 10.40 darling. If he'd have staged about an inch deeper, he'd have probably hit it bang on. But that's racing. Breakout 13.04 for Paul, so no help for either of them actually. Double breakouts. All right, Jim Chandler qualified number 4 with a 10.11. On a 10.10 darling, it's only 100th off. Winds it down a little bit to 10.08, and it's Pete Dodd for 9.25. Ran 9.25 with a 2 last time out. Can he move up from number 11? Well, Pete certainly got the light sorted out. 0-2. Oh, 9.24 breaks out by 100th. Jim Chandler breaks out as well, but 200ths for him. They're right. Ollie, he's having a great weekend so far. He's already taken the perfect ET money for Pro ET. He missed out on hitting his number bang on by less than 100th in round 1 of Nostalgia Superstock, but here he is dialing in 9.32. Alan Medley, number 8 qualifier at the moment, went 73 on his first qualifier, dials in 10.71 this time. Beautiful launch once again for Ollie. 9.32 the target. 9.32 the goal. Told you he's on good form. Goes to number 3. All right, Guy King, Spencer Tram. Oh, Guy's just been thrown back a spot there. So Williams Brothers Racing pair this time. Guy King and Spencer Tram both representing the team. Spencer, his last competition meeting in this car in this colour scheme, due to be repainted. Look at the reaction times for these two. 003 for Guy, 006 for Spencer. Guy King goes 10 flat, breaks out. Spencer goes 11.30 on 11.28. He moves up from 11 to 6. Guy King stays 4. Right, another one for Williams Brothers. This is Gary Carr. We're in the number 14 spot at the moment, 9.53. It was basically a checkout past first one, as engine's just been rebuilt. So 9.10 then for Gary Carr. Let's see what he can pull out the bag for this one. Harder launch, 144 to 60. That's looking good. It's going to be a 9 of some description. 924, 149. Gary moves up from 14 to 13. All right, we move to Super Comp. Can I have Pro Modified into the pairing lane? Motorsports UK Pro Modified, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So, Steve Field with Black Pig 2, the little slingshot. He's in the Kestrel Beers lane, and it's Steve Hudson with the intravenous altered Auto Glim lane. Steve currently number 3. That's Steve Field, that is, and Steve Hudson currently number 4. .898 plays 897. They swap places actually. Steve Field drops to 4 as Steve Hudson moves up to 3. Alan Schofield, Paul Hudson. So Alan's already qualified number 2 spot with another 892. Paul Hudson's have got a 930. Breakout there for Alan. Paul Hudson goes 910, no hell for either. So Alan stays 2 and Paul stays 5. Right, Dolly Daydream herself, Leah Cullett. Going to end this session in the number 1 spot. Can she improve though on an 891 with a 2 without going under 890? Light, always good. All the 8s. 888 with an 8, which is a breakout, unfortunately. So no improvement, but holds on to that number 1. Right, Super Gas. Tim Adam alongside Andy Dibley. .993 for Tim Adam. He moves up to number 1 with that one. Andy Dibley slips back a spot due to Tim's improvement. Goes .996. All right, Tim Moore. Already been .994 and a 0 light in Q1. Fantastic run. Going alongside Simon Fulton. 006 for Simon off the line. That'll do nicely. It's all about the ETs though. 10.02 plays a 10.16. So Tim goes 3. Stays 3, I should say. Simon is number 8. All right, Mark White, 9.93 with a 1. Came into the session number 1. He's just been dropped back to number 2 by Tim Adam, going alongside Andy Harrison, but a perfect reaction time in Q1 gave Andy Harrison a 50 quid bonus. So there we get Andy Harrison, very nice lead in the championship points chase. Chalky White, woo, getting a little bit out of shape, but gathers it in nicely. Goes 9.99, 10 flat for Andy Harrison. The race they put 2 and 4. Dave Fulton with the 69 Camaro, and of course John Morton. Camaro, different vintage, obviously he's a 3rd gen. With Dave being 1st gen. So Dave currently in the number 9 spot. John currently number 7. A 9.9 something will help them both out. Six plays a 9.89 with a 0. John Morton breaks out by less than 100th, but no help for either. All right, let's see what Bob Molden can do. Now, no throttle stop help for Bob, so he'll do his run up to around about 1,000 foot, click it off and coast across the line. So it's all about where he lifts off. It will determine his ET. Just listen for the engine note change when he reaches 1,000. There it goes. Bit of a pedal. No, 990. Bob Molden takes the number 1 spot. Beautifully judged. Excellent job, sir. We move on to the Wild Bunch then. Wow, that was a cracking session of Supergas, that. Well, the 3 championship protagonists fighting it out here, and then we've got Bob in the mix as well. I hope he's made it down. But first up, it's the Maras. Pete Brown in Rebel, the Slingshot in Kestrel Beer Lane, and Mark Corsell, he's in the Ballbreaker Slingshot in the Autoglim Lane. Currently number 1 and 2 in qualifying. The top spot going to Pete Brown at the moment. So target numbers then 8.54 for Pete. Mark Corsell looking for an 8.15. They live literally 2 miles apart up in Tamworth, maybe even a bit less. Good friends, but what happens just this moment? 8.14 breakout for Mark Corsell. Oh, only by that much. But Pete Brown goes 57 on a 54. So stays in that #1 spot for the time being. So here comes Phil James with the Rampage Monza funny car. And it's great to see Bob Hawkins. Maz made it down. He was tucked around the corner. Couldn't see him. Well, Bob going right up to the 8th mile. Goes past the 8th mile, actually. That's a long old way to come back. In actual fact, a bit too far for him to come back. He's and he ain't going to make it. So, qualifiers from the top end. Just going to touch a tow rope to Bob and just tow him up to the first exit. It's such a shame because Bob's tried so hard this weekend to get everything working right. He's still got one more qualifier to come later on today. And be fingers crossed that Bob can suss out whatever is plaguing the Time Traveller 2. So fingers crossed for Bob. So this is going to be a very quick one actually. The quad has already arrived on the scene. So it's just a case of attaching the tow rope to the front of the slingshot dragster and get Bob towed round the corner. And then Phil James can take his run. So lined up round the corner. So 006 for Simon off the line. That'll do nicely. It's all about the ETs though. 10.02 plays a 10.16. So Tim goes 3. Stays 3, I should say. Simon is number 8. Very nice lead in the championship points chase. Talkie White, woo, getting a little bit out of shape, but gathers it in nicely. Goes 9.99, 10 flat for Andy Harrison. The late they put 2 and 4. '06 plays a 9.89 with a just listen for the engine note change when he reaches 1,000. There it goes. Bit of a pedal. No, 990. Bob Bolden takes the #1 spot, friends. But I think it's just this moment. 8.14 breakout for Mark Coulsell. Oh, only by that much. See the slingshot just going past the gantry now, so that'll be going through the gate very shortly indeed. So it is Phil James that's below us that's going to be starting up the Rampage funny car. See if he can squeeze into that #1 spot in qualifying. Oh, so close for Mark Coulsell. Just say he broke out by a minuscule margin, but it's 8.54 with an 8. On an 8.54 dial-in is the #1 spot. So he's got to get between his dial-in and 8,000 to slay the #1 spot. Let's say any one of the 3 of them in the Wild Bunch can take the title this weekend. It is that close. Thank you very much indeed. Mark Coulsell's breakout equates to 1.4 inches on of the track. Wow, so if he stayed a bit deeper, he would have probably wouldn't have broken out that one. Cheers, buddy. Thank you for that. $9.54 was the run, 9.48 was the dial, so Phil James stays in the #3 spot. So here comes the goose. Louis Davis. We found out the problem why Louis only had an 11.86 second run in the Q2. Simon Groves, you'll be interested in this one. Louis got a new pair of gloves, and he got his finger stuck on the two-step. Needless to say, he's going to burn these gloves and throw them away afterwards. So I think he's gone back to his old pair. So, yeah, interesting one why Louis didn't have a very good run. That's more like it. Now we want a 6 from the Goose, so I think that's going to be a low 7. It is 7-11, 182, but it gives him the number 1 spot. Well done, Goose. Actually, I've got to reread that message, actually, because it was amusing message of the day, to be honest with you. Yeah, Louis' bike stuck on two-step button. He says to tell you new gloves are going in the bin after he's burnt them. So there we go. Right, going into a little bit of track prep, actually, before we go into Comp Eliminator. The Gluebird is out there putting down some more traction. This is what the cars love. So I'm going to hand over to Nitro FM for a moment. We'll take it back with Comp Eliminator, followed by Pro Modified. Oh, 769 and 847 breakout there for Ashley Bell, but Scotty's going to get there first. Go 739. Should have left it. 5.5 seconds to the 8th, 127, 858 at 155. Billy, unbelievably no improvement, so he stays number 3. Oh, sounds good on the burnout, but when it goes to the run, it just doesn't seem to build up and launch hard at 1268, 80 mile an hour. Well, Adrian should get there first. Part of that due to the red light he pulled. 11.34 plays 11.16. Ah, James Gould breaks out by 0.04 of a second. Paul Jackson getting to the stripe first. Goes 10.09. Nicely done, Paul. 12.44. So Paul Jackson. Okay, the lights go green. 12.57. Sorry, 12.87. The target for Abbey. James Hodson looking for a 10.4. 10.51 and 12.96. Abbey Tether moves up from 5 to 2. Drops James down a spot from 3 to 4. 3 counts him down, and it's a Better launch out the two there for Paul Day. But it is going to be James Rhodes that gets to the strike first. 10.39 on a 10.30. He moves to number one. Paul Day goes 12.84 on a 65. So Donald's 12.45 then for Rob. $9.69 for Luke. 12.63 for Rob. Rob moves up. $9.63 break out there for Dave Crowhurst. I don't think you mind that too much. So 11.40 is the target, 12.68 is the result. Graham Fairhead stays number 13. Drifting towards the middle, straightens it up. 792, 145. 51, both heck are going quicker. Jury gets there first with an 8.79. His quickest of the day, and Dave 9.01. Identical reaction times. $9.91 for Kiwi and $10.37 there for Vic. $9.69 on a 59 there for Don, stay 17, and it's a $12.94. Come on, Charlie. Here we go with Comp Eliminator, qualifying session number 2, and it's Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster going alongside Dave Swift with the AMC. Can I please have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So the Fraudster then, Kev Jenkins, brilliant, 7.78 in Q1. Dave Swift with an 8.50. So both of them running in the 7s with their indexes. 7.45 for Dave Smith, 7.58 for Kev Jenkins. Well, the launch not going how Kev Jenkins wanted it to. Good looking run for Dave Swift though. He goes 8.59, 39. Look at the speed for the Fraudster though, 173 at the stripe. Took a little while getting going, but once he was going, that was moving on up. Right, Jordan Payne, sticky situation. Elaine Hancock with the Lethal Zephyr. Jordan in the number 3 spot at the moment, 7.50. Elaine currently number 7 with a 7.72. Well, Jordan can run in the 7.4s and low into the 7.4s. Going to need one of his best ever runs though to find a way around Dan Williams in the number 2 spot. Elaine though, good 7-second form with the Lethal Zephyr. So the youngster against the crazy lady. Oh, tyre shake for Elaine as she left the line there. See the tyres rattle loose. Jordan Payne on a good one though, goes 7.45. Finds 0.05 of a second. Stays in the number 3 spot though. But proper old teeth rattler there for Elaine. Left the line, you can just see where the tyres bit and then shook again. So proper what we call, well, loosely called tractor pillar marks. But Elaine closer to a stop by around about 1,000 foot, and already the quad is on its way from the top end. And just hitch a tow rope to the front of the Zephyr, tow her through the first exit, and it'll be time for our next pair to go, which will be Dave Smith taking on Rob Smallworth. And then we look round in the lanes to see it's going to be Spencer Tram going alongside Nick Williams. No sign of Dan this time round, unless I've missed him somewhere. So the quad just hooked up to Elaine, and that be on its way very, very shortly indeed. Don't forget, straight after Comp Eliminator, it'll be qualifying session number 2 for Motorsports UK Pro Modified. And following on for that, we'll have Nostalgia Funny Car Top Fuel Bike. Al Smith so close to a 5-second pass with an outstanding run. And of course, Super Street Bike as well. So it's all still to come at you. And then of course, don't forget, we've got a full qualifying session number 3 to come after that. So the Lethal Zephyr is rolling. And of course, the gate is open for the first exit. So about 200 yards, and they'll be there. There we go. The those of you tuned in at home are just seeing the Lethal Zephyr just going under the gantry. Fantastic live feed from Box Lane Productions. Well done to Barney and the whole team. Seriously good coverage, and of course it's all free. So all you good people, not just in the UK but around the world, can see the coverage from Santapod Raceway from the comfort of your armchair, or the kitchen stall, or the box that you perched up in the garage. By no one young fan that's watching in. Young Carson, how you doing, buddy? He's probably lying on the floor with his elbows, propping his chin up, looking up at the TV, with Mum Leanne watching as well. So good afternoon to you, and so we'll see you, fingers crossed, at Flame and Thunder. Can I please have Outlaw Flat Four into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Flat Four. This is Dave Smith with the Vagrant, the Jaguar XKR. Just a final adjustment on the wheelie bar height, very crucial to get that spot on. Not only does it stop the car going up too high, but acts as a tuning aid as well, stops the back end from unloading. There's so many variables on these things, tyre pressures, spring rates, you name it, everything, just to get these things to hook up and go straight, of course. Who says the quarter mile was just driving from A to B in a straight line? So Dave drifted slightly to the left, but I think he had a bit more of an issue than the car moving slightly offline. So backs out of the run, just coasts across the finish line with 11.72, 96 miles an hour. Good to see Mick Taylor on the crew helping out Dave Smith this weekend. Next up then, Robin Orthodoxu. He's coming around the corner. Not sure who he's going alongside. Can't see anybody there. Yeah, so solo for Robin. Went 7.26 in Q1. Dipped into the sixes a couple of weeks ago. Outstanding performance then from Robin. Really getting a handle on the altered. Well, always has, to be fair. Try out different combinations, trying to get the thing to work as best as possible, but to get any altered. So the pre-run checks completed. Robin Orthodoxu gauges forward motion and brings the Chaos Brothers altered up to the line then. So 7.45 is index, can go as far under as he likes. He's nearly 2/10 under at the moment. We need to get into the sixes to threaten the top three. He's in the number 5 spot at the moment. .106 to 60, 4.48, 1.56 to the 8th. Nicely done. 7.02, 1.92 for the Chaos Brothers. Moves Robin up from 5 to 4. All right, Spencer Tram with the Camaro. Quantum Leap. Number 3 going alongside your number 1 qualifier, Nick Williams. Oh, unfortunately, the dirty dog, Rob Smallworth, going back to the pits. So the Copo Camaro, Nick Williams, 8.64 in Q1 to take the number 1 spot. 9.26 is his index. Oh, Nick riding that wheelie bar beautifully on that one. 8.61, just finds another 300ths. Spencer goes 11.55, so Nick stays 1. Spencer stays number 5. .157 mile an hour at the stripe there for Nick. Job done then. Right, Motorsports UK Pro Modified. Unfortunately, do have a couple of casualties that weren't making it out in this section, and two cars that we really did want to see, actually. Kev Slyfield missing Q2. They've got some repairs to do, but fingers crossed they'll be out for Q3. And Michelle Turenne, unfortunately, not making this session either. Might not make Q3, but of course they are qualified for tomorrow. So it's going to be Nick Davis flying solo on this one. Would have been alongside Michelle Turenne if Michelle would have made the call. But Nick Davis, Q1 went 13.72 when everybody else was in the sixes. And I tell you what, he could be, well, he's in a bracket on his own at the moment, 13s. He could be in another one on his own in a moment if he can get it into the fives. Car went 5.88 a couple of weeks ago. So Rob Loring just bringing Nick up to the line. For US Automotive. Moving up the boost, going to bump it into stage, here we go. 101 to 60, 398 at the 8th. 6 flat from outhouse to penthouse. Your new #1 qualifier there, Nick Davis, 6001, 244 miles an hour. Outstanding run there, and oh, so close to the fives once again. Moving up the boost, going to bump it into stage, here we go. 101 to 60, 398 at the 8th. 6 flat from outhouse to penthouse. Your new #1 qualifier there, Nick Davis, 6001, 240. How about Bobby Wallace? Bizarrely, the car doesn't sound happy on the burnout again, but it sounded like this last time. It went 6.37. In a funny sort of way, it sounds like the car's got a bit of a cold, but comes up to the line, blows his nose and gets a bit of breath of fresh air, and goes okay on the run. Clears his throat. So a big purge of nitrous then for Bobby. Can I please have Sportsman ET to the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, and we have you to the lanes. So Bobby Wallace coming up to the line. Let's see what the Wallace Motorsport Camaro ZL1 will have for us this time around. Crew Chief Annie just the last to leave the car. So it's down to Bobby then. 0.98 to 60. Good driving there for Bobby. 6.03 at 241 miles an hour. Got to the 8th, 398, 187 miles an hour. So we just saw Nick Davis go 6 flat. Bobby goes 6.03. Kev Slyfield just being pushed down and down after each car goes down. Kev now in the #3 spot, 6.08. Can I please have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike. Let's have you into the lanes. Right, next up then, it is Jean Dolomont and the Lucky Devil, Wayne Nicholson. Well, Wayne Nicholson off the trailer, 6.19 in Q1. 6.48 for Jean Dolomont. the lucky devil then with the Lucas Oils. Very proud to be associated with that brand and have been for a number of years now. And Wayne always very proactive with his sponsors. So well done to Lucas and of course to Wayne. And not only that, Wayne's got a race car he can work with now. Accepts the little tune-ups that they put into the car, little tweaks, little adjustments, and it all seems to go quite well. Jean de Le Mans has been in the fives. Best of 5.99 set at the European finals back in 2019. 6:48 was his number in Q1. Well, Jean rolled the beams, unfortunately, so he's not getting any time or speeds, and Wayne goes 6.66 for the 777 car. 223 miles an hour, but the car was moving around a fair bit there. 101 to 60. But Wayne had to do a bit of driving there. Not that you don't with a Pro Mod anyway. All right, next up then, John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang. And he has got for company Andy Robinson with Fast Company 2. And he debuted the car at the Door Slammers this year. And resplendent in the fabulous new colour scheme with support from NGK. So Andy Robinson on his first pass, and he was basically taking it easy. 6.12. John Webster 6.30. Well, all of the Pro Mods today in competition are in the 6-second zone. Testimony to the efforts that all of these teams put into their operations. Well, I know Shelby's tuned in at home. A very, very good afternoon to Shelby. Watching her dad with Fast Company 2. Going alongside Andy Robinson. Oh, John Webster driving that Mustang for all it's worth goes to a 6.34. 233, just 400ths off what he ran previously. Andy Robinson goes 0.99 to 60, but had to back out of it as the car was moving around a little bit in the lane there, so clicks it early. Coasts to a 12.11. Okay, time for Top Fuel Bike. And it's going to be the dealer, Steve Woollett. He's underneath the tower in the Kestrel beer lane. Went 6.15, and we thought, yeah, that'll do for number one. But Al Smith had other ideas. Went 6.01 on the PBR Rocket. Oh, so close to a 5-second pass. So we got a Top Fuel Bike following that Super Street Bike. And looks like a little bit of fluid in Andy's lane. Whether it's just an overfill or a breather. So I couldn't see any issues with the car itself, but yeah, just having a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel beer lane. I've got a funny feeling it ain't going to take that long, but Ian's got in the tractor. Gives me a chance to take a breather just for a moment. So Nitro FM going to take the airwaves, but we will be back with you very, very shortly indeed as we continue qualifying here at the National Finals. darlings. 9.98 for Dave. And it's 10.80 for Adrian. 10 flat, plays a 10.78. Breakout there for Adrian. Dave already got closer before. Chris Goodale and Paul Smale up next. The El Camino alongside the Camaro. 13.08 the dial-in for Paul. He's currently number 5. Chris, 10.40, currently number 6. Good looking run here for Chris. 10.39 with a 9 on a 10.40 darling. If he'd have staged about an inch deeper, he'd have probably hit it bang on. But that's racing. Breakout 13.04 for Paul, so no help for either of them actually. Double breakouts. All right, Jim Chandler qualified number 4 with a 10.11. On a 10.10 darling, it's only a 100th off. Winds it down a little bit to 10.08, and it's Pete Dodd for 9.25. Ran 9.25 with a 2 last time out. Can he move up from number 11? Well, Pete certainly got the light sorted out. 0-2. Oh, 9.24 breaks out by 100th. Steve Wallack going alongside Neil Midgley. And a Cannon Motorsport exit. Well, fair to say they're all fighting out for this championship this year. Can I have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? VW Sportsman, can we have you into the lanes, please? So 6.15 in Q1 for Steve Wallack. Neil Midgley couldn't make the run, unfortunately. $6.25 for Steve Wallack, $6.43 for Neil Midgley. So Neil gets a number on the board. So all 3 Top Fuel bikes now qualified. So number 1 spot now becomes very important indeed, because that will be a solo into the final. At the moment, Al Smith has got that position. I'm saying 6.01 in Q1. Outstanding pass for the PBR Rocket. A thunderous triple, and if you can experience what we experience in the tower when that bike goes underneath the tower, it really does vibrate the floorboards. And does whatever it can do to rattle your fillings out. And if that's like it up here, imagine what it's like on the bike itself. So little aerodynamic flick has appeared on the back of the PBR Rocket. Just aids stability on the machine as Al reaches the higher speeds. As he goes towards the quarter-mile mark. Here he goes. Riding here for all he's worth, and he's got the power all the way through. 6.09 at 2.25. Well, he's had 2 6.0 passes today so far. Well, they got a combination that is really starting to work superbly well. And not only that, it's consistent. So he's really in the pound seats this weekend. A few more of those, and it just could be Al Smith taking the title. But anything can happen. We know it does. Right, Super Street Bike. Bump spot, 8.16. You can see that up on the gantry. This is Steve Venables, your number 1 qualifier. Went 7.18 in Q1, going alongside Ross Morrison, 7.77. Ross knows he's got to find extra performance in the bike. But unfortunately, he's not going to find it this time. Had to click it off very early indeed. Just come up to the line and the bike stopped, or he clicked it off. It's going to be a solo for Steve Venables. 129 to 60, not as quick as 60, but that is arrow straight, and he's not giving up on the run. 696. Look at the speed, 216 miles an hour at the stripe. That's your first Super Street bike in the 6s this weekend. Alex Hope, number 6 qualifier with a 7.75. He's looking to take at least half a second out of that. Steve Wood with a Street Lightning machine looked to get into the 7s once again. At the moment, he's the one that owns that bump spot number of 8.16. Well, good news from Alex. He's keeping that front wheel down, so you could see 200 miles an hour once again, but it's all about the ET. That'll do. 721, and it is over 200. It's 204.41, and Steve Wood, 8 flat, 178. And the bump spot now is 8 flat. Right, next up then, Dave Smith. He's on the outside looking in, needs to go into the 7s to get qualified. Alan Morrison Jr. already there, but we know Alan, bit of a YouTube star from his antics to the Euro final shootout. Can he get back that form as well? 120 for 60 foot, 315 to the 330. 712, 190. Alan Morrison moves up to number 2, and Smithy 740 at 188 gets in at number 6. Bump spot drops to 777. Right, Mark Dainty up next. He's in at the moment, 744. Mark Hope, 719. So the thing the Hope boys struggle with is the power coming on so hard on the run. It tends to lift the front wheel. And if they can control that, which they seem to be doing this weekend, then they can start working extra performance into the bike. And the numbers will start coming down nicely. So Mark Hope, 719 at the moment. Aiming for the 7.0s. 132 plays 130 to 60, but unfortunately Mark backing out of the run. Mark Dainty going all right, 719, 205. So Mark Dainty makes a big old leap there from number 7 up to number 3. Right, Jake Michelle alongside Steve Mead. Now Jake not qualified at the moment, 866 in Q1. Steve Mead, he's on 7.30. He's safe. So Jake Michelle needs to get under that 777. Would like to actually get, well, in the low 7s, to be honest. Jake had a very interesting run at the Euro final shootout. His windscreen shattered on the run and hit him bang on the helmet and forced his head up. And air got underneath his helmet, so he had to sort of do the last few hundred feet trying to keep his head down. Well, 135 for Jake to 60, but the rear wheel was spinning, but he's recovered the run well. 775. Ooh, he squeaks in at the number 8 spot there. Steve Mead, 964. So the bump drops again, 775. Gary Bowe. Now then, if Gary can uncork one here, you could really see the bump spot drop dramatically. 775 is where Jake is in the number 8. Number 7 spot is 7.40. So Gary would like to get way below 740 if he can. That's looking all right. 123 to 60 foot. Oh boy, this is definitely top 4, but whereabouts? 703, 206. It takes him to number 2. So the bump drops to 740. And one more session to go in Super Street Bike. We move on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. We just could see a new record again being set, but we'll wait and see what happens when Andy Bond comes around the corner. First up though, it is Nigel Hale alongside Ash Cooper. Nigel Hale went 11:51 in Q1. Ash 9:61 with the Transit. Seriously impressive from the turboed 400 cubic inch Transit. Nigel having to pedal once again as the rear wheel started to slip a little bit. Ash Cooper on his way. 9:59, 144. That's his best of the day so far. Well done to him. 10:80 for Nigel Hale. Right then, hold on tight, folks. Could see something very special here. Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister. 6:82 with a 1 in Q1. And how about Tony Higgs? 8:04, new PB for him. He's knocking on the door of the 7s this weekend. So the Triggers Broom Capri. Tony making it up from Portsmouth. Had a little bit of struggle getting fuel on the way, as most people are at the moment, to be fair. Oh, Andy Bond just launches into this at 118 to 60 foot. Oh, what's Andy Bond got for us at the stripes? Oh, 690 at 189 miles an hour. Just dropped a little bit on speed at the stripe, but that run was building beautifully. 306 to 330. And at the 8th, it was 452 at 168. But the run just faded at the stripe there. 690, 189. And that should have been north of 200 miles an hour and into the 6.8s. But, whoa, still got one more qualifier to go. Right, great to see James Murray here. And new power plant for James. Really good to see this. Turboed LS inside the Cortina estate. Going alongside Al Mack with the Volvo 162. Al qualified with a 792. And of course, this is James Murray's first run. And he got here this morning. So unfortunately missed Q1. Al Mack 120 to 60 foot. 499 to the 8th. Al goes through with a 774. 177 miles an hour. James Murray goes through with a 1286. Nicely done for Al Mack. Superb. Oh, might be a bit of a concern in the Kestrel Beer Lane with where James has just run. We've got Mark Todd having just done his burnout, so he's immediately switched the engine off, just waiting to see if we get the all clear. James Murray's just rolling down the shutdown area and turning left at the end. Yeah, that's what they're going to do, actually. Going to swap lane for Mark Todd. So he's going to switch over to the Auto Glim lane. As looks like there's been a little bit of fluid in the Kestrel B lane. This is the last run in Street Eliminator, so Mark Todd just going to swap lanes over whilst the track crew will get ready to sort out the Auto Glim lane. Right, coming up after that, I can see a lot of bikes lined up round the corner there. 850, 950 bike. I can also see Outlaw Flat Four. And I can see Sportsman ET, so still plenty to come at you. Obviously, the pairing lane is going to be chock-a-block all day long. As we keep bringing the classes down, run them through, send them back to the pits, and then it's eat, sleep, repeat as we get ready to do it all once again. So just catching up to date with the paperwork in the tower. All cards going Street Eliminator. So in actual fact, yeah, I can see 850, 950 Outlaw Flat Four Sportsman ET. The only other two classes to add to that for Q2 is ET Bike and VW Sportsman. Then it will be into Q3. So Mark Todd has made it underneath us as he brings the Aston Martin up to the burnout box. Bearing in mind he's already done his burnout, so he'll just probably chirp the tyres. Might go for full burnout, but we'll see. Just a shortened one. That's all he needs. Tyres have already got heat in them. So Mark Todd already run 7:07 today. Alright, Mark has also got 6-second form in the Aston. Can he find it here again today? $112 to 60, 461 at the 8th. 7:02 at 205 at the stripe. So Mark Todd cementing his number 2 spot there. Well done, Mark. And oh, so close to the 6s. So that's Street Eliminator done. And it will be 850 bike up next. I do need to double check if Street Eliminator are going out on their cruise tonight, because there is obviously an issue with the petrol stations and running out of fuel. So, yeah, Dave was thinking about that. No, we have actually asked the question already, so we do need clarification on that. But yeah, obviously with the world going completely bonkers out there at the moment and petrol stations running out of fuel, we do need to check if Street Eliminator are doing their cruise today, because part of the cruise is a 26-mile jaunt around the countryside and putting fuel in their cars at a designated petrol station. But if they've run out, they can't do it. So there may be an adjustment on the rule on that side of things. So, but we will get a confirmation on that one. The trials and tribulations of the world going mad, and you never thought that would affect the drag racing community, but yeah, it certainly has. I know a few of teams have struggled to get here this weekend or find fuel, and fingers crossed to hopefully all of our drag racing community friends have all got enough in their tanks. But I'm no politician or anything like that, but sometimes the world does go mad, and you've got to blame the media as well, to be fair. But hey, there we go. So just checking now with 850 bike. They are the next class to come round the corner, and that will be followed by 950 bike. Outlaw Flat Four are all in the lanes as well. Sportsman ET are there, and ET Bike and VW Sportsman. Yep, having a look in the lanes. Chock-a-block down there. And here they come. The first lot, and it is the bikes, and it is 850 bike, the next class to come round. Well, fair to say the 6 bikes that have put numbers in at the moment, nobody has shone particularly brightly. Number 1 qualifier, 8.79. We've had one bike that went under index, 844. So this is where they get everything sorted, and you'll see them properly assault the 850 mark now. First up is going to be Patrick Rawnsley and Alan Morrison. All right, well, Alan's one of the 2 riders that have been the right side of the 850 index and under 9 seconds. I told you it all changed in this session. Alan Morrison goes number 1, 8.59. Patrick moves from 3 to 2 with an 8.66. J-Row. He was the one that went too quick in Q1, went 8.44, so he's the only one that needs to slow down. Going alongside Jasmine Cordell, 9.37. And well done to Jazz this week. Graduated this week. Well, as did Morgan Wilson, actually. So well done to the girls. So Jay's going to get there first. Goes 8.63. He's the right side and moves to number 2. Jazz goes 10.10, 131. Slips a spot purely because J-Row got the right side that time. Ian Critchlow and Joe Elliott. Joe currently number 4 with an 8.79. Ian had a bit of a mare on his first run. Coasted the bike across the line in 22 seconds. So bike more than capable of running on the number. Much better looking run for Critch. Breaks out. Yeah, it was much better looking. 8.38, 163. And Joe Elliott goes 8.80, so he stays 4. And Ian, although he had a much better run, he stays number 6 because he broke out. 8.50 bike changes to 9.50 bike, and it is Brad Head taking on Josh Stubbins. Josh's first run. As is Brad. Actually, Brad has moved from 9.50 to 8.50. But he wishes he stayed in 9.50 actually. 9.50 with an 8. Oh, that was bizarre. Right. Phil Harrison and Craig Wright. Actually, I'm not quite sure Brad was running at 8.50. I think, we'll have to check that one out. That was a bit of a weird one. Right, Phil Harrison, Craig Wright. So Craig currently in the number 2 spot with a 9.52. Phil currently 5 with a 9.67. Right, Phil moves up. Improves ET to a 63. Craig, no help basically. They stay put. Right, Rick Sawatsky, 9.53 with a 7. He's in the number 3 spot at the moment. So Rick's going to have to find a little bit more in the bike to go quicker than 9.33 with a 7, but not break out. And he did break out, 9.45. Just that little bit too quick. So, no change in the order, actually. Everybody stays put. We move on to Outlaw Flat Four. James Wotton and Paul Bate. So James Wotton then, number 2 qualifier at the moment. Heads up class this one. James went 9.88. Paul Bate went 10.80 in Q1. Well, proper bounce going on there for Paul Bate. He'll be thrown around in the car there. James Wotton on a good looking run. Can he go quicker than 9.88? Oh, 9.99. 11.30 there for Paul, so no change for either of those two. Johnny Marriage with Miss White. Going alongside the social outcast machine of Darren Shepherd. No time or speed recorded for Darren, unfortunately, but Johnny goes through with a 12:35, moves up from 6 to 5. Last pair, Adam Lowe with a flat out Beetle, going alongside Lucas Dalgleish. Sportsman ET coming up next. Oh, got a slight issue in the shutdown area, left lane. So the two cars on the start line advised just to click it off for a moment whilst we have a look at the top end. It is by the first exit, the gate is open and they're just having a look at the finish line. The track obviously needs to be 100% perfect for them to continue. Also having a look by that first exit, you can see the first exit gate is open where the marshals are, and you can see them just running their feet over the track just to see and feel if there is any fluid down there at all, and obviously if there is, that just needs to be attended to. But nobody has actually stood motionless yet, and that is obviously a good sign. But they basically, what happens is the turnout crew, they look at each car, and if they spot an issue, if there is any fluid leaking from any car or any bike, they report back to our track crew, and then the spotters come out, and unfortunately, yeah, just by the first exit, that is the signal when you see one of the track crew standing with their legs apart that there is some fluid that needs attending to. So Ian's going up there with a tractor just to see if it can be sledded out, but means we're going to be down just for a moment. That's right, it's not Ian with the tractor. Ian's on the start line. It's going to be Dave that's going up there. So going to be down just for a moment. So a chance for Nitro FM to take over the airwaves once again. And as you know, we'll be back with a continuation of qualifying here at the STP National Finals as soon as we get going again. Here we go. 101 to 60. 398 at the 8th. 6 flat from outhouse to penthouse. Your new number one qualifier there, Nick Davis, 6001. The last to leave the car. So he's down to Bobby then. 0.98 to 60. Good driving there for Bobby. 6:03 at 241 miles an hour. Well, Jean rolled the beams, unfortunately, so he's not getting any time or speeds, and Wayne goes 6:66 for the 777 car. Well, John Webster driving that Mustang for all it's worth, goes to a 6:34. In Q1 for Steve Willett. Neil Midgley couldn't make the run, unfortunately. 6:25 for Steve Willett, 6:43 for Neil Midgley. As he goes towards the quarter mile mark. Here he goes. Riding here for all he's worth, and he's got the power all the way through. 6:09 at 2:25. Well, he's had 2 6:0 passes today so far. Well, they got early indeed, just come up to the line and the bike stopped, or he clicked it off. It's going to be a solo for Steve Venables. 1:29 to 60, not his quickest 60, but that is arrow straight, and he's not giving up on the run. 6:96, look at the speed. Well, good news from Alex. He's keeping that front wheel down, so you could see 200 miles an hour once again, but it's all about the ET. That'll do. 7:21, and it is over 200. It's 2:04. Can he get back that form as well? 1:20 for 60 foot. 3:15 to the 3:30. 7:12, 190. Alan Morrison moves up to number 2, and Smithy 7:40. 1:32 plays 1:30 to 60, but unfortunately Mark backing out of the run. Mark Dainty going all right, 7:19, 2:05. So Mark Dainty makes a big old leap there. Down. Well, 1:35 for Jake to 60, but the rear wheel was spinning, but he's recovered the run well. 7:75. Ooh, he squeaks in at the number 8 spot there. So Gary would like to get way below 7:40 if he can. That's looking all right. 1:23 to 60 foot. Oh boy, this is definitely top 4, but whereabouts? 7:03, 2:06. It takes him to number 2. Nigel having to pedal once again as the rear wheel started to slip a little bit. Ash Cooper on his way. 9:59, 144. Oh, Andy Bond just launches into this at 1:18 to 60 foot. Oh, what's Andy Bond got for us at the stripes? Oh, 6:90 at 189 miles an hour. Just dropped a little bit on speed at the stripe. Can he find it here again today? $112 to 60, 4:61 at the 8th. 7:02 at 205 at the stripe. Well, I told you it'll all change in this session. Alan Morrison goes number 1, 8:59. So Jake's going to get there first. Goes 8:63. He's the right side and moves to number 2. Jazz goes 10:10, 131. Slips a spot. Much better looking run for Critch. Ah, breaks out. Yeah, it was much better looking. 8:38, 163. Brad moved from 9:50 to 8:50. But he wished he stayed in 9:50 actually. So Craig currently in the number 2 spot with a 9:52. Phil currently 5 with a 9:67. Right, Phil moves up. Well, improves ET to a 63. So Rick's going to have to find a little bit more in the bike to go quicker than 9:33 with a 7, but not break out, and he did break out, 9:45. Well, proper bounce going on there for Paul Bay. He'll be thrown around in the car there. James Wotton on a good looking run. Can he go quicker than 988? Oh, 999. 11.30 there for Paul, so no change for him. Well, I got no time or speed recorded for Darren, unfortunately, but Johnny goes through with a 12.35. Jam, I can't remember what it was called, but it was jam, cream and bun, and what was it called? A Devon Split was sent up to me and it disappeared. I don't know where it went, but Chris Neary, he disappeared into the... So 8.42 plays 8.50. Both away well. Side by side to the stripe. 7.72 for Elaine. 7.77. Oh, Robbie very close to the wall, but keeps it away. Goes 7.26. Nick goes 8.64. So Nick Williams goes to number one. Robin goes to... Beautiful wheel stand off the line there for Dan. So can he get 10.11 or better? Yes, he does. 10.04. So Dan Williams goes to number two. So Nick number one, Dan two. Oh, it's Andy Robinson pulling away at the stripe. Great looking run for him. 6.12 at 224. And Michelle Turan goes 6.80, 193. Bobby breaks traction but pedals it, gets it back under. And still goes 637 at 237 miles an hour. That was with a fair old pedal. Goes one flat to 60 foot and 427 to the 8th. Oh, great runs for both of them. Absolutely superb. 619 for Wayne Nicholson, 630 for John Webster. Oh, that was all worth doing the championship in Pro Modern. Well, this one's all Kev Slyfield. Kev goes to the stripe with a 6.08 and takes the #1 spot. Nick Davis gets out of the groove, had to back out of the throttle. So, hello, Steve Waller. Good looking run for Steve all the way through to a 6.15. 221 miles an hour. Very, very tidy off the trailer run there for Steve. All the way now, Smith riding it for all his work. Can he keep it open all the way through? Certainly can. Takes it to a, get this, 6.01 at 228. Oh. Morrison Jr. as well. But here we go with Steve Wood and Alex Hope. Alex Hope 125 to 60, 323 to the 330. And it's a 775, 163 at the stripe. And 816 at 175 there for Steve Wood. Both the way well, 128, 60 for Dave, 129 for Mark. But it's Mark all the way through with a 719 at 203. And managed to keep the front wheel down as well. So 123 to 60, 329 to 330. And it's Steve Venables goes 718 at 212.80 miles an hour. Oh, Jake's front wheel came up in the air there, had to back out of it. Keeps it away from the wall though, so it's going to be Mark Dainty getting to the stripe first with a 744, 198 miles an hour. Jake recovers to an 866 at 128. So that becomes the bump spot then. Way quicker than the 7.5 second zone that he's in at the moment. .777 plays a 769, so Ross goes 7. Alan Morrison Jr. goes into number 5. So Ash Cooper looks like he's going to be in the 9 straight away. 9.61, 144, and 11.51, 124. So Higgs away first. But here comes the freight train of Andy Bond. I know. Oh, look at that. Outstanding again. 6.82 off the trailer. Tony Higgs goes 8.04. 113 to 60, 468, 161 at the 8th, 707 at 205, plays a 792 at 175, so next. So it's close to 850 without going under. So J Rowe is your man out in front. And breaks out, 844, a bit too quick there. Alan Morrison goes 882. Oh, problems for Critchlow there, so the fossil fuelers machine not going to make it to the quarter under full power. 909 for Patrick. 162. Oh, nicely away, Jazz. The bucking Bronco off the line though. So Craig Wright, can he hit that 950? Can he take that number 1 away from Brad? 952 with a 9. He goes into the number 2 spot. And Phil goes number 4 from the 4 bikes that have gone through so far. Let's see where Rick slots himself in. He goes 953 with 7, goes number 3. Riding that wheelie bar beautifully. Good launch. 136 to 60. Oh, 877, 156. Done it again. $10.80. Plays a 13.04. Well, Carl looking for that 12. Can he get it? Not far off. 12.17 and a 13.46 for Connor Holt there. So Gary Lake wants to qualify well, going alongside Georgina Smith. So Gary 14.13 gets a 14.11. That's a breakout, a little bit too quick. Nice one for Georgina, 16.06 on the 01. $14.87 for Debbie, $15.21 for Jeff. Jeff, a little bit too quick there, breaks out by nearly a tenth. Susie. There he is. Happy birthday, buddy. Now that was especially when Steve ran. Nice to see the Hulk suits made an appearance back down on the start line as well. How about a 16.80, darling, been hit? Oh, a little bit too quick there, 16.67. 17.34 there for Flick. She goes into number 2. Great to see the Hulk suit with a limp. From AC. Both away well. 09 plays 035. You can see the reaction times on top of the scoreboards. So 1570 is the target. 1570. Right, it is Sportsman ET qualifying session number 2, and here he is. And actually, here they are. Dual Fuel Racing teammates, Steve Mellors and Carl McGarrett. And there's the Hulk. So Carl dials in at 12.17, which is basically what he ran the first time. Steve Mellors looking for 16.50. Well, 12.24, not far off. Now then, Steve, 16.50 is the target, goes 17.14. Steve drops a spot because Carl moved up from 9 to 5. Right, Rob Cresswell, the Beast. Audi RS4, he's in the number 1 spot. Dials in 1365 for this one. Georgina, number 3 spot at the moment. Dials 16 flat when she went 1606 in Q1. Lights go green. 0 lights for both of them. So obviously going to be Rob to the stripe first with the Audi. So how close is he going to get to that 1365? 1382, Georgina goes 1616, so they stay put. Rob stays 1, Georgina stays 3. All right, Debbie Taylor with not the Mustang. Mustang's got issues. So 1470 the dial in for Debbie, going alongside Gary Lake. Now then, Gary needs to move on up with the qualified order here. Championship points at stake for Gary. He's in the top three. $14.04. It's a breakout on a $14.09 dial. Debbie, the right side, she moves up one spot from 11 to 10. She goes $14.87. All right, Chris Wynn with the Mondeo. $17.50 the dial-in, going alongside Holly Walters. $15.70 with the Mustang. $15.81 for Holly, $17.91. Holly saves 2. Chris Wynn moves up from 13 to 12. Right, Tig with Ruby, currently number 4, dials in a $14.05. And Kirsty Tram with the Mercedes, $13.95 her dial-in. So Tig just getting some directions there from Ian Marshall. So Tig currently number 4, Kirsty number 17. Kirsty currently number 7 in the points. $14.05, that does nicely, moves up from 17 to 7. Tig, no improvement though, he stays number 4. Felicity Gibbs and Connor Holt. Oh, Connor's got the Astra up for sale. That's a quick car, Connor's one. Low 13s in a Vauxhall Astra VXR. Wonder what he's got his eye on. All right, Felicity Gibbs with the Mustang, dialing in 17.32. So Connor off and running. Look at the reaction time for Connor. 004 off the line. So 13.35 is the target. 13.39. That's going to help a lot. Yeah, moves him up to number 2, Felicity Gibbs. 17.36 on a 32. She moves up from 6 to 3. So good pairing, that one. Very, very good indeed. All right, next up, AC Bell taking on Dave Ward. Number 16 plays number 14, and it's a 17.49 dial-in for the pickup and 14.20 for the Porsche. The lights go green. Can I please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Dave Ward is going to get to the stripe first. Looking for 14.20. Gets a 14.19 with a 6. Just that little bit too quick. But AC Bell improves to an 1842. Goes from 16 to 14. All right, Dan Holloway with Truck Norris. He's your number 9 man at the moment. Ashley Clark with the RS6. Doesn't want to go any quicker than she went in Q1. Dialing in a 12.30. Breakout there for Dan Holloway. Goes 200s too quick. And Ashley Clark goes 12.66. Oh, well, she's the right side that time. Right, Jill Medley with the Cherokee. 12.44 her darling. And Jeff Cowley. He wants a 15.20. Just a tiny bit of fluid to clean up there, and that's been taken care of already. Well, nearly has been. Okay. All right, coming up to the line then. Jill Medley goes through with a 12.61, stays number 10. Jeff moves up one spot. That's only because he reduced his breakout. 15.20 was the number. 15.19 with a 6. It's still a breakout though. So Jeff yet to get one the right side. We move on to ET Bike. Just VW Sportsman after that, and that is Q2 done, and it'll be into our last qualifying session of the year. All right, Johnny Young and Michael Gooding. This is ET Bike. Johnny looking for 9.50, Michael 9.10. $9.21 plays 9.82. Michael stays 2. Johnny moves up from 11 to 7. Next up then, just double check, yep it is, Dave Grundy with the triple going alongside Justin Moulton for Hobo Racing. Dave Grundy put a time in of 12.99 in Q1. Justin in the left lane, or the Kestrel Beer lane, went 11.11. $10.99 plays 10.86. That's a breakout there for Justin, unfortunately. Dave gets one the right side, goes up from 10 to 8. He runs 10.86. Right, Robbie Dobby on not the normal Super Penguin. Bike swap for him. Going alongside Matt Jones with Beelzebub. 10:37 placed 11:77. Matt Jones moves up a spot from 11 to 10. So does Robbie Dobby. Moves up from 10 to 9. Right, here's your number one qualifier at the moment, Leo Lester. Dials in a 1060 alongside Bill Marsh. Looking for a 905. .942, plays a 1076, no help, so Bill stays 11, but Leo obviously stays number one. Right, it's Phil Pratt and Paul Adams. Phil currently in number 3 spot. He dials in 902, Paul Adams dials in 906. Right, 905 for Paul Adams. Phil goes 923. A little bit off pace there for Phil. Paul Adams, 905. He was pretty much bang on, but unfortunately the wrong side broke out by less than a hundredth, so he stays number 5. Peter Harrison, he's your number 6 qualifier at the moment, going alongside. It's not Paul Harrison again, unfortunately. Right, 5 to 4 there. 893 was a dial, 902 was a run, and oh, the other one disappeared too quickly there. 1097. Right, move on to VW Sportsman. Last class for Q2, and then it'll be Pro ET, number 3, and they are in the lanes. Right, pick your Audi TT. Simon Clark and Polly Judge. Polly number 7, Simon number 8 on the qualified list at the moment. Oh, Polly judged that well. You could see her rolling before the lights went green. So when she did break the beam, it was a 07 light. Anyway, dial-ins, 1370 for Simon. Goes 1429 and a 1636, 1645. Polly moves from 7 to 2. Right, Phil Jones with the Dragon Wagon going alongside Steve Metcalf with the Impotter. I can't believe it's not Imposter. 1490 is the dial for the Audi. That's the TT version. 1472 for the Audi A3. Let's see how these two get on then. Across the strike quite evenly, actually, to be honest. So look, 1540. Steve Metcalf improves by a spot, as does, and the other one, other screen cleared too quick. 1523. Goes to number 9. Right, Connor Jones with the 69 Beetle, currently in the number 16 spot, and Stu Hudson with this Beetle dialing in 1590. Lights go green. Well, one of them went red, unfortunately, but doesn't matter. I say this is qualifying. Reaction time's not critical. Still light to pull a good light though. Right, it's going to be Connor Jones first. 1670. And getting there. Problems obviously for Stu. Yeah, 25.92 at 51 mile an hour. Emma Sadler with the Golf, looking for 1580. And I haven't got, yes we have, yeah, Paul Robinson with the Sirocco. These two are 14 and 16 at the moment. go green. All right, it's going to be Paul there first. 1440. Oh, 1441. Yes. Number one qualifier there. Well done, Paul. 1575. In the Kestrel B lane, drops a spot due to Paul's improvement. Right, Morgan Wilson and Andrew Bambrick. There goes Morgan Wilson with the misdemeanor Havoc Beetle. She wants a 1770, and Andrew with the Golf 1411. So it is going to be the Golf getting there first. $14.50 on that 1411, and 1787 moves up to number 4 there for Morgan. Right, Steve Stone with the Golf and Jack Gooding with the Nemesis Sirocco. Now Jack already number 2. So Jack Gooding then 1634 is what he ran earlier. He does 1624 for this one. All right, Jack Gooding stays 2. Steve Stone moves up a spot there. 1635 goes from 13 to 12, but no help for Jack. All right. Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug and Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace Racing Golf. 14 plays 15-18. Well, Lawrence Clark, fair to say, had a monstrous breakout in round 1, almost went a second under. Lawrence goes through with a 14.009. That is your new number 1 qualifier. Well done, Lawrence. Nicely done. Bruce Harvey slots in at number 10. Goes 15.49 on a 15.10 dial-in, I think. Right. Next up then, it is the number 1. And it is the Rolling P of Ethan Lyle. So Ethan currently number 9, John Crawford currently number 16. Come on, John, you want to be in a better position than that? Oh, Ethan really tried to cut a light then. So, Ethan, what's he got for us then? 1450 is the target. 1443 breakout, just a bit too quick about John Crawford. 1595, he's not on his dial in there at all. 1513. Interesting. Right. Daniel Bauscher with the Loco Polo. 1410 is his dial in. And Justin Foley with the Audi TT looking for 1501. So Justin currently number 7, Daniel currently number 19. 19 means he may have broken out, and he's done it again. He's not going to improve on that one. Justin, 1582 on a 1501. He stays put in number 7. All right, Rob Cresswell. Saw him in Sportsman ET not that long ago. Number 1 qualifier there. He's currently in the number 8 spot here. Dials in 1365. You've got to run it hard and fast and out of the back door. And we'll just see what the number appears to be on the screen once he's done his run. Can I please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, for the last time today, into the pairing lanes. Now 1391, Rob Cresswell stays number 8. So that is, I believe, a wrap for 2 sessions of qualifying here at the National Finals. Just a little bit of glue going down and we're getting ready for Pro ET. And it will be for the last time today. So final qualifying session, not only for the today, but the last qualifying session of the year. A little bit of track prep to go on out there. And then we get ready for Pro ET, Super Pro, and all the other classes. We get to do it again. So Nitro FM going to take the airwaves back for just a moment, but we will be back for our last qualifying of the day. Good looking launch there for Tom, 137 to 60. Oh, this is looking very good for Tom. 907. That moves him up from 26 to 9, and a 73 on a 69 there for Marie. Oh, 04 plays 07 on the lights. Brian wins the reaction time advantage, but it's all about the ETs. 9:57 breakout for Brian. .933, should have stuck with the 933. 981 for Tom K though. .989 there for Will, moves up to 13. John Bean breaks out. .954 there for James. Neil goes through with 11:43. Mark 8:57. It's 47 or 45. Barry Giles. Oh, both of them on good looking runs. Laura's going to get there first. 7:89. Phil goes 8:72. A bit too quick there, Phil. Not sure what happened there at all, actually. No time or speed recorded for Ron. Joe Kelly breaks out. Oh, 7:69 and 8:47 breakout there for Ashley Bell, but Scotty's going to get there first. Goes 7:39. Should have left it with 5.5 seconds to the 8th, 127, 8:58 at 1:55. Billy, unbelievably no improvement, so he stays number 3. All sounds good on the burnout, but when it goes to the run, it just doesn't seem to build up and launch hard at 12:68, 80 mile an hour. Well, Adrian should get there first. Part of that due to the red light he pulled. 11:34 plays 11:16. Ah, James Gould breaks out by 0.04 of a second. Paul Jackson getting to the strike first. Goes 10:09. Nicely done, Paul. 12:44. So, season done. Well, take a miracle to take the number 1 spot away from James Oliver. In Pro ET, he did a perfect run in the 3rd pairing of the day. 9:33.01. Stranger things have happened. Right, here we go. Alan Medley, Lee Morris. Alan currently number 18 with a 10.71 dial-in for this one. Lee Morris currently number 11 with a 10.12 dial-in. Oh, 10.17. Alan Medley goes 10.71 with a 7. Alan Medley moves up to number 2. Nicely done out. Right, 8.90 the dial in for the Scud. That's Alan Schofield alongside Brett Featherstone. Looking for a 9.59. Actually liking the team shirts, actually. Same colour scheme as the car, blue then into white. Works really well, that. Even got team footwear as well. Nicely done, Brett. The Nova Scotia 67 Chevy Nova. Oh, Brett trying to chop the tree down as well. Goes 0-2. But it's about the ETs, we know that. 9.66, Brett moves up to 25 to 22. Alan, 8.91 with a 3 on 8.90, stays number 4. Vic Parsons with the Plymouth Belvedere, currently number 5 with a 10.33. And it's Ronnie Mercer, 8.90, the target for Annie. Ronnie basically built that car himself. 363 cubic inch Ford motor with nitrous. Vic, 500 cubes, naturally aspirated, slab, super strong car. Ronnie, 8.91, look at that, from 19 to 4. Ronnie Mercer, excellent job. He's had a good month as our Ronnie. 36 for Vic, stays put. Right, Pete Dodd with the Camaro. These two lined up previously. And it's Simon Goff with the package. 866 for him. Well, Pete Dodd taking the long way around there. The front wheels came up, took him slightly off course. 870 for Si. Pete backs out of that to a 1263, but they stay put. 15 for Si, 27 for Pete. Oh dear, Mike having palpitations down there. Right, Mason Griffiths with the Appliance Dragster, 9.30. Currently number 14, James Forster. Currently 21, he's dialing in 935 for this one. .947 place 931, Mason Griffiths. 100th off, moves up from 14 to 8. Right, here's your number one qualifier and likely to stay there. It's Ollie with the Firebird for Williams Brothers Racing. Dial in 931 for this one. Going alongside Andy Garnett with the Millennium Hawk Tesla, 1098. 0-2 on the tree as well. Ollie's on a mission this weekend. 9:35, just a little bit off pace. 11:10, Randy Garnett. No improvements. Right, Paul Marston and Dave Fulton. 892 was dropped a spot there by Alan Medley. Dave Fulton currently number 24. One breakout, 9:10, Dave Fulton. Oh my word. Dave Fulton, perfect ET, and he takes the number 2 spot. Well, gave James Oliver something to think about there, but Dave Fulton, bang on. 9.100, but with an 8. Well, in any given race meeting, that would have taken number 1, but not when Ollie had already gone 0-1. And that's the 3rd and 4th digit. Right, Dave Cherritt and John Bean. Dave Cherritt, 9.80. John Bean, 9.98. 11 and 20 currently. Oh, 983. No change actually today. John Bean breaks out again. Goes 200s too quick, but they're still smiling. 996 on a 998. Right. Tom Watkins, 905. The dial-in for Doris. And it's Guy King, 10 flat. That's a good shout, I reckon. So Williams Brothers Racing Chevelle. The second one of them. Obviously we got the blue one driven by Dan in Comp Eliminator. Right, Thomas currently number 14. Guy currently 21. 909 plays a 1003. Guy King moves up from 21 to 17. He's only 300ths off, and he's number 17. Neil Watkins alongside Lee Huxley. Lee, number 29. Wow. But when it comes to race day, he's killer. But would like to get a little bit closer to his darling here. 9.38 against Neil's 11.41. Well, Lee gets one the right side this time and goes into the number 17 spot. Neil Watkins breaks out by less than 100th. Stays put. Can I please have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro. Can we have you into the lanes? All right, Will Clark, Brian Huxley. Will looking for 986, Brian 957. They are 19 and 13 as we stand. Zero lights, a pair, always good to keep your reaction sharp. 62 and an 85, it's a breakout for Will. So no help for either of them. Bob Malden with the white noise. Peugeot 205, 963 the darling. And it's Mark Huxley, 1006 with a little Corolla. Double 05 red for Bob. Well, he's number one in Super Gas. He's got a strong take, number one here. Oh, he tried though, 962 with the 2. It's a breakout for Bob. But Mark Huxley, 1007 with a 1 on 1006. He's moving on up. Ends up in the number 8 spot for the time being. Simon Ennis, 27th on the qualified order. That's not going to help his points much. Amy Watkins, she's currently number 13. Now these two, critical position for them in the championship points chase. Amy Watkins, number 2 at the moment. Simon Ennis, number 3. At the moment, Amy is scoring more points in qualifying. Simon Ennis needs a good one here. $63.78. Well, Simon Ennis moves up by only 4 spots, so he's going to end up number 23. And we've still got more cars to come. No movement for Amy Watkins either. How about Marie Mills, number 21? And it's John Giles. He's currently 29. John Giles has rolled through, so he's gone before the tree's activated. So no help for him, obviously. Right, Marie, 1071. Oh, she hits it. 1071 with a 5. Goes to number 3 with that one. Well done, Marie. And that's a wrap for Pro ET. So congratulations, James Oliver. Dave Fulton also going perfect. Right, we're into Super Pro. John Atkinson, Dave Russell. 884 for the van with no name. And a birthday shout-out message on the van with no name. Happy birthday, Yorkie. So 899 the dial in for John. 884 for Dave Russell. $887, 902. No help actually. Dave Russell stays 8. John Atkinson stays 6. So these two lined up earlier as well. It's the reloaded dragster for Pete Walters going alongside Phil Toppin. Just to let you know out there, we have had a pair of kids' prescription sunglasses handed in to signing on. They were found by the crossing where the pairing lanes are. So if you've got a youngster that's missing a pair of prescription sunglasses, if you go to the signing on office, that's where they are. If you don't know where that signing on office, just ask any of the racers or the crews and they'll point you in the right direction. So it's a pair of kids' sunglasses, but they are prescription. So Phil Toppin looking for 8.70. Car is up for sale. You never know, this could be his last qualifying run ever in this car. Pete Walters, 768 his number. Almost perfect off the line. It was 0016 red. 757. That's a bit of a break. If you're going to break out, do it in style. Do it by over a 10th. That'll do nicely. Well done, Pete. 757, 172, and I think the team were pretty happy with that one. 880 for Phil Toppin. No help for him. But nevertheless, a good consistent run. Interesting Facebook fact from Harrison Brown, actually. As a kid, he sat in this car when Gordon Appleton was running it in Pro Mod. And 22 years later, he's driving that exact same car this weekend. I just want to say massive thanks to the whole family and everybody that supports the team for Harrison's opportunity to drive this car this weekend. Amen to that one. And not only that, doing a damn fine job of doing it. Ashley Bell, currently number 17, dialing in 846. Harrison Brown, 766, the dial in for the Camaro, and he's in the number 9 spot as well. $766 the dial for Harrison, $846 the dial for Ash. $772 and a breakout unfortunately for Ash. $836 though, not a bad run. Just a bit too quick. Well, fair to say these two have raced each other a fair few times over the years. That rivalry started in the Junior Dragster, where both Laura Turbeville and Joe Kellett used to race. But here they are in Super Pro. Joe Kellett, number 1 qualifier, 7.60 was his darling when he did it. It was 7.60 with a 2. Laura, currently number 14, dials a 780 for this one. Joe, a 761. Just a little concern around Laura's car, but all good. Well, they're not killer on the tree for nothing, these youngsters. 0-1 for Joe, 0-4 for Laura. 761 with a 0. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's the third perfect run of the day. Joe Kellett cements that number 1 spot even more. Laura goes 788. She stays at number 14, but well done, the Kelletts. Goodness me, what a weekend they're having. He was already number 1 qualifier, and now he's just closed the door on it. Alan did well going alongside Barry Giles. Alan Darling in 771, he's in the number 15 spot. Barry Giles, 747. Currently number 7, but as we know, Barry Giles is, well, the Giles and Hartley team, because it's a team effort. Doing very well in the championship stakes and looking likely to take the crown this year in Super Pro ET. It is mathematically possible. But well done to the Kelletts. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Perfect run. Third perfect run of the day. $7.49. Barry Giles drops a spot because Alan did well. And he moves up from 15 to number 4 with that one. Well done, Alan. All right, Billy Gain and Ron Bartlett. So 8.21 the dialing then for Ron Bartlett. And it is 8.58 for Billy Gain. Can I please have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you into the lanes? Absolutely arrow straight. Let's look at the numbers. 8.22 with a 9. Ron Bartlett stays number 5, but he's consistent. 8.57 with a 2. Breakout for Billy Gain. He just goes less than 100th too quick. They break out by 100th and there's an Inquisition into it. Oh, Mark Bailey and Mark Turner. 8:67 for Mark Bailey with the Barracuda. Car seems to be going quicker and quicker. In actual fact, it's a PB they set earlier on today. Well done to Mark and the gang. Barracuda going quicker than ever. Alongside Mark Turner. That Supra looking absolutely superb down there. Mark Bailey taking the scenic route, straightens it up. Mark Turner goes 881, 897, Mark Bailey. No help for either of them. So, Scott Hauser with the Bang Tidy Dragster. And he will be the last Super Pro qualifying pass of the year. Possibly the Buick is underneath them. So 740 the dial in then for Scott. .015 on the tree and a 742. Scott Hauser got it one the right side this time. And just 200s off, no change in position. Right, Junior Dragster. Last qualifying session of the year. We had 3 of them that have put 00 lights up. But coming around the corner first, the man who's leading the championship with Odyssey battery support, that is young Harry Redshaw. Going alongside Jack Taylor. So it's all a game of mathematics now for the juniors. Harry Redshaw is qualified in the number 13 spot at the moment. Purdy Hadfield, number 2 in the points chase, has done really well in qualifying. She's had a 00 light. I thought Harry to move on up a little bit here. But Harry has already qualified more than 5 spots above the bottom, so he needs to go 2 rounds to secure the championship in eliminations tomorrow. If not, he can be caught. .15 not going to help. So you're going to stay 13. Jack stays 17. Young Jessica Bishop alongside Ellie Brown. Ellie 0-2 on their previous runs and a 0-5 for Jessica Bishop. You need to go 0-9 just to get into the top 16 at the moment. Yeah, Jessica went a little bit deep there, and that's what happens. Pull a red light. Ellie Brown already had a 0-2, so a 0-4, although consistent, not going to move on a bit. So Jessica stays 11, Ellie stays 5. Right, Luke Fulton alongside young Spartacus himself, George Oliver. Now then, these two uncharacteristically outside their best today. Luke currently number 18, George number 16. Luke goes red, no help for him. George goes 0.10, no help for him either. So Luke stays 18, George stays 16. All right, Purdy Hadfield going alongside Harley J. Darby. Now Purdy, she went 008 in Q1, put a cherry on the tree in round 2, but obviously with the 00 she's got to try and chop it down completely. Be a tough call to take that number 1 spot though, but she's capable of doing it. Harley J currently number 8, 04. Oh, 0-1 for Purdy, but it's a 0092 for Harley. Moves to number 3. That's 4 of them now with 00 lights. Right, Jacqueline Bartlett for Slick Tricks. Lola Bell Kent for West Ham Motorsport. Now then, Lola Bell currently number 14. She's had a 08. Jacqueline, I think she's had 2 reds so far, so it'd be nice to get a good green. That's better for Jacqueline, 071. Going to move it to number 12. And Lola Bell going to drop a spot because of Jacqueline's improvement there. So Jacqueline goes 12, Lola Bell goes 15. All right, Chevy Checkett and Jake Cooper. Got to say to Mick Checkett, great choice in T-shirt today, mate. So Chevy number 21 at the moment, Jake Cooper number 25. A couple of zeros would move on up. Do you know what? I think that might move them up a little bit. And that's right. No, Chevy stays put, number 21 with a 0.11. Jake moves up a few spots there. Right, we have got some lost Jeep keys. With a black Jeep fob, large brass disc with Rider written on it. Please, if fan, can you give to a member of security? And we can reunite them with the owner. Otherwise, they're a little bit foobarred without those keys. So if you see a set of Jeep keys with a brass disc on there with Rider written on it, please let somebody know. Hand them to security. Thank you. Right, this is Kai Cooper and Ada Cassisi. Kai gets a 0.8, but he's already done better than that with a 0.4. Ada with a 0.27. I don't think it's going to improve on 25. No, she stays put there. Right, for the last time ever in Junior Dragster, these two are on their last qualifying runs ever. Thomas Cook-Abbott and Caitlin Wilson. After this meeting, they're both too old. Thomas Cook-Abbott currently number 10. Caitlin Wilson currently number 16. So for the last qualifying run ever for a misdemeanor dragster. These cars have been around for over 10 years. And this is the last time one of them will put a qualifier in. Come on, let's have a couple of green good lights. Oh my word! Thomas Cook-Abbott takes number 1 with his last qualifying shot ever. 0.02 takes the number 1. Well, you got to hand it to him. You got to hand it to him. Caitlin Wilson, no improvement for her, but Thomas Cook-Abbott on his last ever junior dragster meeting goes 0.02, takes number 1. We've still got more juniors to come, but that'll be a fitting climax to Thomas's junior dragster career if he can hold on to that number 1 spot. You got Mackenzie Love and Harley Coursell coming up now. Oh, 0.6 red for Mackenzie. Harley goes 0.47. No help for either of them. And I think we have only got 2 more juniors to go. Luke Mugridge, Teddy Sullivan. Are there any more? I know there are a few more. Katie Ellis is tucked around. The thing is that they're tucked around the corner. I can't see them. I think we've still got another one of the Taylors to come round. Possibly 2, actually. Let's see how these two get on. Luke Mugridge, currently number 8. Teddy Sullivan, currently number 23. Oh, 0.3 for Luke. Oh, he's already done a 0.30, so no help for him. Teddy, a 0.18. I don't think that's going to help him either. Yeah, they stay put. Luke 8, Teddy 23. Katie Ellis and Daniel Todd. Well, a former junior dragster racer, I hope that is tuned in. Caitlin Deavy, it's her birthday today. Many, many happy returns to you. I hope you and Rich and the gang are all well. As I say, happy birthday. All right, Daniel Todd, Katie Ellis. Daniel currently number 9 with a 0.42. Katie number 20, not on the front page. Would like to move on up there. Well, they both gave it everything. Daniel goes 0.62, no help, but Katie 0.825. Puts her number 15, 14. 14. That's down to the last digit. Already had somebody else go 0.0825. Right, Daniel Weir, number 26, and Damien Redshaw, number 13. Can I please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the lanes? Oh, 0, 1, 2 for Daniel Weir. That'll do nicely. Moves him up to number 6 from 26. Damien's going to drop a spot because of that. So well done to Daniel. 0825 to get to the front page now. Here is who I thought was cemented in the number 1 spot, but he's dropped back a spot to number 2. Freddie Taylor. So can Freddie, he's already been 003. He tried 01 red. So he's going to remain number 2. So the last of the juniors then, Max Taylor. Chilled to the max. A bit keen. Trying to stage for him. Well done, Max. So Max stays number 25. So congratulations, Thomas Cook Abbott takes the number 1 spot in the final session of his last ever qualifying run in Junior Dragster. Right, Junior Drag Bike. Casey Holgate, Holly King. Darlings then, Casey 10 flat, Holly 1134. Oh, 10-10, 11:51. Casey moves up from 4 to 2, but Holly already number 1. That's going to be tough to beat. Right. All right, Lyra Humber, Darling in 1632. Off she goes. Don't forget, raffle tickets for the Junior Drag Bike Club. Pop round and see them in the Junior Drag Bike pits and raising money to fund the ACU licenses for next year. What a great idea that is. And some pretty decent goodie bags up for grabs as well. 1676 for Lyra. Well done. So if you pop around and see Ollie, you sort out some raffle tickets and that'll be drawn. And we'll find out who the winners are. I've got some tickets, so supporting the Junior Drag Bike Club. All right, looking in the pairing lanes, we can see coming around the corner, it is Comp Eliminator. Or is it VW? No. Where are we? No, we're VW Pro, sorry. I'm so used to seeing Luke Stevenson in Comp Eliminator. But no, he's in VW Pro this weekend. He's a 9-second dragster. Sounds like you got a bit more power this time. That's good. Oh, 9:46 to the dial. What I would give to see Luke run an 8 this weekend. What he would give. Andy Vos out front. How you doing, Andy? Good to see you. So going alongside. Oh no, Luke on his own actually. Come on, Luke. 136 to 60. 606 at the 8th. 967, 133. Luke moves up from 11 to 8. So pleased to see Luke's got that car working. Well, he hasn't. His team has. Luke doesn't do anything. Just sits around. But we love him. All right, the Late Goose going alongside Paul Jackson. One of our small batch of barking mad lupos. Paul Jackson dialing in 10 flat. Adrian Solly 11 flat. Cracking light from Adrian Solly there, but let's see how the run progresses. Paul Jackson obviously overtakes. He's 9.93. Adrian goes 11.21. Breakout for Paul Jackson. Doesn't matter. 9.93. They'll take that one. High fives the lot. Well done, Paul. 142 mile an hour at the stripe as well. 11.21 for the Late Goose. 124. Paul Day looking for 12.68 with the Golf. James Gould with the Militia one, the green one, 11.14. Oh, not going entirely planned for the Militia Golf. So Paul Day, 12.68 the target. It's 13.11, 100 at the stripe. .21.98 at 52 miles an hour for James Gould. All right, Lee Caudry with Poppy the Sayat going alongside this very rapid Audi S4 of Rob Carter. Dialing in a 12.6, Lee dialing in 12.2. Oh, 12.53 breakout there for Rob. Lee Caudry goes 12.48, moves up from 12 to 10. All right, James Rhodes, another one of these lupos. He's your number one qualifier though. 10.35 is the target. James Hodson, number 5 at the moment. He wants 10.45. Well, going to be James there first. Oh, breaks out 10.28 and 12.11 for James. No help for either of them. They stay put. James obviously number 1. James Hodson, that is number 5. All right, Dave Crowhurst with the Wanger going alongside Abby Tether. Well, we're just waiting for one of them to go in. There we go. Abby goes in. There goes Dave. Tree counts are down. Greens come on. Oh, 004 light for Dave Crowhurst. Oh, 977 and 1296. Abby Tether takes number 1 in VW Pro there. Still some wiggle room to get somebody ahead though. How about Carl Goldsmith? Top Fuel Carl. I do believe this is the last run in VW Pro. Loads of wheel spin off the line for Carl. It was 1086, and that was predominantly due to the wheel spin at 190, 160, but couldn't get the power down, so he stays 12. Don't forget, we got these kids' sunglasses handed into signing on office. The reason we're putting this out is because they are prescription sunglasses, so got a youngster that's misplaced those. They are on this. Well, they've been handed into the signing on office, and if you don't know where that is, just ask anybody around the pairing lanes and they'll point you in the right direction. So, funny bike, Kev Osman and Tony Clark. Kev currently number 4 in the Autocalim lane, Tony currently number 3 in the Kestrel Beers lane. Supported by Links Landscapes. Good looking run for Tony Clark. That'll do, 7:39. 8:28 for Kev Osman. All right, Jerry Lukes, and I believe that's Dave Peters down there. So we'll look and see how these two got on earlier on. 8:79 for Jerry, 9:01 for Dave. Both of them were their best runs of the weekend, and they swap places. So Dave Peters moves up to 5, Jerry drops to number 6. But to say, both of them were their best runs. Right, it is Super Comp. Well, we've already got Joe number 1 in Super Pro ET, and Leah Callett already number 1 in Super Comp, but 4 other cars would like to take it away. Leah Callett already confirmed as champion in Super Comp, so congratulations to her. So she'll have to put a posh frock on for trophy presentations early part of next year, but a little bit of a concern in one of the lanes. We'll see the 2 bikes that just went down taking the turn off at the end, and if one of them's got some fluid underneath it, they'll radio back to the start line crew and they'll get the spotters out just to check the lanes, make sure everything is a-okay. The last thing we're going to do is send anything down the track if it's not 100%, and the only way we're going to find out is have a good look at it. Well, racetrack, can't see anybody striking a pose, if you know what I mean. Just dragged one of the mats out from the top end, so just a little bit of a check out there. Before I hand over to Nitro FM 96.2, can I please have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes. And at Nitro FM, if you could take the airways over for a moment, we'll take it back when we continue qualifying here at the National Finals. So Rick's going to have to find a little bit more in the bike to go quicker than 9:33 with a 7, but not break out, and he did break out, 9:45. Well, proper bounce going on there for Paul Bay. He'll be thrown around in the car there. James Wooten on a good looking run. Can he go quicker than 9:88? Oh, 9:99. 11:30 there for Paul, so no change for him. Almost clear, so the signal's been given to fire up the next pair, which is Leah Kellett, Paul Hudson. They're coming forward to do their burnouts. And the penultimate pair of after that, we've got Super Comp and Nostalgia Superstock in the lanes. Can I please have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Top Speed Automotive, Street Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes? .891 with a 0. Leah Kellett improves on her. Paul Hudson goes 9.10. That's consistent as well, just a little bit off pace. Right, so the last pair in Supercomp. Steve Hudson with the intravenous Ford Model T going alongside Steve Field. That lovely little slingshot. So 8.90 Supercomp. Paul Hudson's already been 8.97. Steve Field's already been 8.98. 8.98 again, and 8.87 breakout there for Steve Field. The build is set. Blair Callett. Ah, no, hang on a minute. We've got one more. I do apologise. Alan Schofield, your number 2 qualifier, 892. Yeah, we did have our last pair. Now we got our last one. $890 with a 9. Oh, that is number 1 for Alan Schofield. He nicks it with the very, very last run. Congratulations to Alan Schofield. So it's not a double up for the Callets. Alan Schofield takes number 1 in a Super Comp. Oh, congratulations to them. Right, it is Nostalgia Superstock. All right, Stuart Thompson and Tig. 980 plays 1405. It's number 11 versus number 15 on the leaderboard. $994 for Stuart, no help for him. And Tig goes 1419 and no help him either. Right, Chris Lyra and Vic Parsons. Chris looking for 1285 and Vic, well, 1036 will do nicely. He's already a number 1 qualifier. Could change. A little bit off, and 1308 again, a little bit off, but Chris does move up a spot from 1716. Al Medley and Adrian Portelli, numbers 10 and 9 respectively. $10.78 for Al, $10.81 for Adrian, no help, they stay put, 10 and 9. Dave Billadoo and Chris Goodale. Dave currently number 2 with the Yorkshire Heavy Challenger. 9.98 is Darling. And Chris Goodale looking for a 10.39. $9.99 for Dave. Chris Goodale though, 10.40 with a 3 on a 10.39. Who moves up from 8 to 5? 13.02 the Darling for Paul Smale with El Diablo. The El Camino, he's currently number 8. Gary Carr, 9 flat, currently number 14. $9.32 for Gary. Paul Smale goes through with a 13.05. Unbelievably, no move for Paul Smale. Wow. Spencer Tram and Jim Chandler. Spencer number 7, Jim number 6. Fantastic. Wheels up launch there for Jim. Now then, 9.99 will do nicely. Spence, 11.28. Oh, 10.09, 11.30. No change. Tough crowd. Grace being very assertive with Don. Using the number 12 spot. 9.59 the dial in. Pete Dodd, 9.22 for the Metamorphosis Camaro. Currently number 13. Well, pair of zero lights, but they were both red, doesn't matter. All about the ETs. 9.24 for Pete Dodd. He moves up 2 spots, as does Don Scott. Both off pace by 0.02 of a second. Alright, team matchup then for Williams Brothers Racing. Guy King, currently number 4. James Oliver, currently number 3. And it's a 10.03 dial in for Guy. 9.33 for Ollie. Both of them with 08 lights, so he's going to be Ollie to the stripe first. 9.31 breakout, 10.04, Guy King, just 100th off. Stays 4. Right, we move on to Super Gas. First up, Bob Molden, your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Going alongside Tim Moore, had a great weekend so far. A 9.94 off the trailer, 03 light, and he's number 4. Oh, 9.89 with a 4. It was that close, Tina. It really was that close. 9.94 for Bob Molden. He's already got the number 1. Tina, curses. One of those things. Right, Andy Dibley, John Morton. Rather bizarre fact for John Morton, he's racing a car that he used to own. Magic Rat Camaro used to be John Morton's car. Can I have Comp Eliminator to the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator. Grab you to the pairing lanes, please. Oh, Andy Dibley, 9.90 with a 7. He goes to number 2. And it's John Morton, a 9.88 breakout, so no change from number 7. Nice one, Dibs, up to number 2. All right, Andy Harrison, the Brute Force Sierra. Already had the perfect reaction time money. Now, let's see if you can find a perfect ET in there. The money's already gone, but he wouldn't mind adding that one to the list of achievements this weekend. Going alongside Mark White with the FX Vega. Oh, no time or speak going to be recorded for Mark White. Went way too soon. And 10.04 for no help for Andy Harrison. Well, I suppose that happened eventually today. The Fulton boys lining up together. Dave Fulton ended up number 2 in Pro ET. He had a perfect ET. But now he's going to run 9.90, going alongside his brother Simon. Simon's currently number 10, Dave number 9. Unusual to see them that far off, but here we go. Nicky stood in the middle. The two brothers about to fight it out. Heading to the stripe, and it is a 9.93 for Simon. He moves up from 10 to 5. No help for Dave, actually drops a spot due to Simon's improvement. Tim Adam, currently in the number 3 spot. Can he nick that number 1? He's going to have to go 9.9073 or better, but not go under 9.900. Very small window. $9.96, gave it a good go. 143, stays number 3. So that's a wrap for Super Gus. Right, the Goose. Come on, Goose. Qualified with a 7.11. Got his old gloves back on. Well, if Goose can find a 6 here, I think we're going to raise the roof. His last qualifier of the year. Always looking good. 108 to 60. Oh, 705. Gave it a very good go. 705, 185 miles an hour. Sets him up nicely for elimination. Well on, Goose. On to the Wild Bunch then. And good to see that Bob Hawkins has made it back down. But first up though, it's going to be Mark Corsell against Phil James. $9.52 the dial in for Phil, $8.14 for Mark. Okay, so for the last time this year, as I say it for all of them, the Wild Bunch, their last qualifying session. Phil James, can he get that 9.52? He's currently in the number 3 spot, wants number 1, as does Mark Cousel. He wants that 8.14. Oh, it's a breakout, 8.13 with a 3. Phil James also breaks out. Steve, never mind, mate. It was only 100th, but there's been a lot of that today. So, barring, well, anything, it's going to be a number 1 qualifying spot for the Maras. But we do have Bob Hawkins. You know, if he can run a number, I'm sure he's round there. Here he comes, yep. Time Traveller Slingshot. Well, one cylinder looking very wet there. Maybe that clear when he goes for it on the run, but no proper burnout at all. So 6.90 the dial-in for Bob Hawkins, the time traveller 2, just chasing some issues with the car. Pete Brown with the Rebel. Well, the great news is Bob Hawkins is going to get a time on the boards. Pulls the chute, goes 780, and it's an 8:53 breakout by 100th of a second. But it is the Maras that take the #1 spot in qualifying. But not only that, Bob Hawkins got the car down Broadway and gets it qualified. Well done. So that's the wild bunch done. We look in the pairing lanes, hopefully to see 850 bike, but I think I've got Street Eliminator up next, which means a little bit of glue going down, the glue bird in position. So take a breather from commentary just for one moment. Nitro FM going to take over the airways for a little while, and then when we come back, it's going to be Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator coming round. .42, plays a 10.76, no help, so Bill stays 11. Right, 9.05 for Paul Adams, Phil goes 9.23, a little bit off pace there. Paul Harrison again, unfortunately. Before the lights went green, so when she did break the beam, it was a 07 light. Anyway, dial-ins 1370 for Simon, goes 1429, and a 1636, 1645. Polly moves 43. Let's see how these two get on then. Going across the stripe quite evenly, actually, to be honest. So look, 1540. Steve Metcalf improves by a spot, as does. Lights go green. Well, one of them went red, unfortunately, but doesn't matter. I say this is qualifying. Reaction time's not critical. Still light to pull a good light, though. Right, it's going to be Connor Jones first. 1670. And getting there. Problems obviously for Stu. Yeah, 25.92 at 51 mile an hour. All right, it's going to be Paul there first. 14.40. Oh, 14.41. Yes. Number one qualifier there. Well done, Paul. There goes Morgan Wilson with the misdemeanor Havoc Beetle. She wants a 17.70. And Andrew with the Golf. 14.11. So it is going to be the Golf getting there first. $14.50 on that 14.11 and 17.87. So Jack Gooding then 16.34 is what he ran earlier. He dials 16.24 for this one. All right, Jack Gooding stays 2. Steve So moves up a spot there. Oh, Ethan really tried to cut a light then. So, Ethan, what's he got for us then? 14.50 is the target. 14.43 breakout, just a bit too quick about John Crawford. 15.95, he's not on his dial in there at all. So Justin currently number 7, Daniel currently number 19. 19 means he may have broken out, and he's done it again. He's not going to improve on that one. Justin, 15.82 on the 15.01. He stays put in number 7. Can I please have Judy Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, for the last time today, into the pairing lanes. Now 13.91, Rob Cresswell. 500 cubes, naturally aspirated, slab, Superstock car. Ronnie 8.91, look at that, from 19 to 4. Well, Pete Dodd taking the long way around there. The front wheels came up, took him slightly off course. 8.70 for sight. Pete backs out of that to a 12.63. .947 place 9.31. Mason Griffiths. 100th off, moves up from 14 to 8. 0-2 on the tree as well. Ollie's on a mission this weekend. 9.35, just a little bit off pace. 11.10, Randy Garnett. Great performances from Ash Cooper this season. And get the van into the 9.5s is quite simply outstanding. Alongside Nigel Hale, 1080 from the big Chevy C30 pickup. Much better run from Nigel Hale here. Good one from Ash as well. 10.11, 10.58. Yeah, best of the day for Nigel Hale. Ash Cooper dropping back into the 10s for that one. All right, Al Mack with the Volvo. What a revelation this season's been for Al. Going alongside James Murray with the Cortina. Looking for great things for James as he progresses with the new combination he's got. So Almac though, 774 this weekend. Pair of Gen 2 turbos on it now. To replace those earlier on. 120 to 60 for Al. Clicked it early, unfortunately. Goes 1043 at 81. And a 1258, 113 there for James. Ooh, looking forward to this. All right, potential for a new speed record here for Andy Bond. I did have all the permutations handed to me a moment ago and I've lost them. So, Andy Bond, 682 with a 1. And 200. And, well, a huge mile an hour, basically. Going to be on his own. Let's see what he can do. Oh, that is just insane. 116 to 50. What have we got? Oh, boy. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your quickest pass in Street Eliminator history. 6.805. 208.19 miles an hour. Already backed up by the 682 he ran earlier. Let's see what he can do. Oh, that is just insane. 116 to 50. What have we got? Oh, boy. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your quickest pass in Street Eliminator history. 6. We move to 850 bike, and it's Alan Morrison and Joe Elliott. Doesn't matter the red light, that's okay. Joe Elliott goes 876, but it's Alan Morrison, 852 with a 0. That's number 1 for the time being, with only a few more runs to come. Patrick Rawnsley, currently number 3 on an 866. Jazz Cordell, 937. Slight issue for Jazz, so going to send Patrick on his eye. Oh no, going to be 2 of them. There is a bomb for Jazz, so it is a solo then for Patrick. No improvement, stays number 3. Right, Ian Critchlow, number 7. Going alongside J Rowe, number 2. Now, Ian Critchlow has a best of 22.46. That's only because his second run was a breakout. He went under 850. So his better of the 2 runs is the one that's on the right side of the index. Plays an 8:49 with a 7. Oh, breaks out by less than that much. Right, we move to 950 bike. Number 4 qualifier Martin Hallett. Number 3 Rick Sawatsky. Oh, 950 with a 3. Martin Hallett goes to number 1. 967 for Rick. He drops to number 4. Right, Craig Wright drops to number 3 due to the improvement there. Phil Harrison, he's number 5. So what can Craig do? Battle royal between Craig and Rick for the championship this year. Oh, 952 for Craig, it's good. Moves him, well, number 3. No time or speed recorded for Phil. All right, let's see what Brad can do. Was number 1, just dropped back to number 2. .61 with a 9, a little bit off base there, so Brad stays. The fraudster, Kev Jenkins, Mark 1 Escort. Index for him, 758. Dave Swift with the AM Express, 745. Great looking launch there for Kev Jenkins. Oh, he's absolutely flying. 762, 178 mile an hour run there for Kev. Dave Swift, 848. Kev Jenkins, that was sweet. 114 to 60 foot and 487 at 143 to the 8th. Nicely done. All right, Dave Smith and Rob Smallworth, the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy for Rob. Fortunately, he didn't make the Q2 run to tow it back to the pits. Don't know what the issue was, but they're back out for Q3, going alongside Dave Smith of the Vagrant, the Jag XKR. Index is 7.45. That's the index for A altered. And the super modified index, 7.99. Right, so wheelie bar adjusted for Dave Smith. We'll bring the car up to the line, and it's Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog. Rob currently number 6, Dave currently number 9. Good looking run for Rob, 7.62, moves him up from 6 to 5, and it's an 8.87 for Dave Smith. So Elaine Hancock going alongside Jordan Payne. Elaine number 8, but ran a stout 7.72. And it's Jordan Payne with a sticky situation Corvette. Cracking 7.45 in Q2. Jordan and the team, one of the best appearing teams, one of the most professional looking teams out there. Full credit to them. Elaine pedaling a little bit there. Jordan Payton straight down Broadway to a 7.43. Finds another couple of hundredths. Stays in the number 3 spot, but nicely done, Jordan. Elaine goes 9.53. All right, Nick Williams with the Copo. Going alongside Robin Orthodoxu with the Chaos Brothers Altered. Now, basically, Nick will wait for Robin to come back to the start line, as Nick doesn't burn out across the start line, so there's no point in Nick starting up and running until Robin has come back. So then, Robin Orthodoxu, your number 4 qualifier with a 7.45. Nick Williams, he's your number 1 at the moment, 8.61. Oh, cracking lights up here. Robin 6.96. Outstanding pass to Robin. Stays number 4. Nick goes 8.67. Stays number 1. All right, Spencer Tram not taking part in this session, so it is going to be Dan Williams on his own. He's got the number 2 spot in the bag. Let's see what he can do then. 10.04 was his run. Dan parked slightly left. No issues from 135 to 60, a 07 light, 635 at 106 at the 8th. And 1025, 113, just clicks it slightly early there. Okay, we move on into Motorsports UK Pro Modified. This is Wayne Nicholson. Superb run from here earlier on. 6.190. Final adjustment on the wheelie bar. Gas. All good to go. So Wayne Nicholson, can he improve on a 6.19? His PB is a 6.143, 231 miles an hour set just a couple of weeks ago. Just stood up on the rear tyres there. So Wayne very wisely backs out of it. No point in trying to rescue the run after that. So he's going to stick with that 6.190. Currently puts him in the number 5 spot. Can I have ET Bike to the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, can we have you to the pairing lanes, please? Well, next up, it's a Camaro of your choice, really. Jean de Le Mans is tucked around the corner. He's ready to go. I don't know which order they're going to be coming around because Andy Robinson is there as well. I'm going to have a stab at both of them together. That'd be pretty cool. It is Jean, and of course it is Andy. It is both of them together. I've actually got the pairings up here. I'd just like to string it out a little bit. Well, Jean's gone through with a 6.48 with a 7 so far this weekend. Andy Robinson's 6.12, and this is only just the start of Anger Management 2.0. As next year, obviously, they'll be going for it a lot harder. But just bedding in the new car, just picking up data on every single run, learning how the new car works, how the setup works. But Andy and Luke, Steph, Bowser, the whole team, they certainly know what they're doing. They know how to get a race car to work. And bearing in mind, this is only the 3rd event the car's been to. Leaps and bounds made already. Take my hat off to Jean. He's one of a few of the European teams that have made it over to Santa Pod this year. And full credit to him. this one's all Jean, and he goes 6.02. 231 miles an hour at the stripe. Moves up into the number two spot there. 101.94 for the 60 foot for Jean. 101.27 for Andy Robinson. But Andy started moving out of the groove and had to pedal the car and back out of it. And Andy just taking the first exit. So Andy Robinson drops back to number 5. Jean de Le Mans moves up to number 2. So just having a look at the qualifying at the moment in Pro Modified. It's Nick Davis 6.00, Jean de Le Mans 6.02, Bobby Wallace 6.03, Kev Slyfield 6.08. Very tight at the top. Coming at you next, Bobby Wallace. He's in the number 3 spot at the moment. He's got that 6.03. John Webster 6.30. Just slip back to number 7 due to the improvement of Jean. Oh, John Webster's PB is 6.26, so he's only 0.04 off at the moment. Bobby got this car down to 5.99 at the test day at not the European finals last year. And his best in competition 6.01 with a 1. He's been 6.03 with a 4 today. Webster building up the boost. Off we go. Oh, wow. Oh, 6.31 for John Webster, but Bobby Wallace's chutes came out very early. Could have been a problem with the car which activated the chutes, but Bobby was on it there. 3.98 at 188 to the 8th. 1 flat to 60. But at the stripe, 6.06 with the chutes out, 220. John Webster, 6.31 at 2.33. He was 1.05 to 60 and 4.18 at 1.79 to the 8th. Oh, if only the chutes didn't come out early for Bobby. Right, your last pair in full-blown qualifying then. It's your number 1 qualifier taking on number 4. We still got Matt Peters behind on a licensing run. So last qualifying runs of the year for Nick Davis and Kev Slyfield. They are number 1 and number 2 in the points chase coming into this event. Well, they've both been 6.0 today. Kev Slyfield missed out Q2. All the teams have done what they can. Rob Loring, Scott, and of course Nick, and the rest of them. The US Automotive team down there for Nick Davis, and it's Kev with James out front, Tony, and Kev's dad standing behind the car. Sorry, brother. Get it right. Oh dear. 6.80 the bump. That's irrelevant. These two have run 6.0s. Forget about the numbers on the scoreboard. It's all about getting down Broadway, getting into that number one spot. Nick Davis owns that at the moment. Kev wants it. That's Kev Slyfield all the way to a 5.99. Kev Slyfield takes number one from Nick Davis in the last qualifying shot of the day. 7.46, 1.28 for Nick Davis. That keeps them the separate side of the ladder, which could be very... That's Kev Slyfield all the way to a 5.99. Kev Slyfield takes number one from Nick Davis in the last qualifying shot of the day. 7.46, 1.20. Nick was 104, 269, 417 at the 8th, but was already off the gas. Right, Matt Peters. Top Fuel bike up next, coming in 2 position, but before that, Matt Peters, licensing pass with the Avenger. Congratulations to the Blown Bird team, going to collect their man from the top end. 5.99, number one qualifier, his last qualifying pass of the year in the Blown Bird, and it was a good one. Matt Peters desperately trying to get below 7.4. He's been in the mid-sevens today. Last run very good indeed. But work in progress as always. And that got out of the groove pretty quickly there. So Matt Peters backs out of it very sensibly indeed. Car was sashaying straight away. So Matt coasts on through. And it's time for Top Fuel Bike. Many thanks indeed to Banks Nightclub for the support of the class. 3 bikes in contention this weekend. And any one of them can take at the championship this weekend. Steve Willett and Neil Mitchell. Super Street bike up next. No sign of the PBR Rocket. Al Smith, I think he'll be skipping this session. No sign of him. Okay, Steve Willett 6.18 with a 9. Neil Midgley goes through there 7.38 at 128. Getting very close to the blocks at the top end. but they're still in position. So, next up, Tony Betts with Venom. So Tony coming round into the Kestrel beer lane then. Well, fair to say that Tony and the whole team, actually, there's quite a few of them on the team, but been working on fuel system as the main concern, as to try to get this car run very consistently and of course quick without hurting parts. And they found something that works, and the car is running consistently in the 6s. Doing a very, very good job of it. Well, those that are tuned in, watching the coverage, very good early evening to you all. The sun is setting in the distance, and we've got a little bit of cloud cover, but it's just adding to the mood. The live feed has been fantastic. We had a few breaks in the feed today, obviously, if you've had downtime and a little bit late starting, but if it's free of charge, I hope you're enjoying it wherever you are in the world. And the coverage is absolutely superb. Thanks ever so much indeed to Barney and the whole gang from Box Lane, doing us proud. Oh, if only you had aroma vision as well. The smell of nitro wafting up to the tower from Tony Betts' Venom Camaro. So he's into pre-stage, just going to inch it forward into stage and then hit that loud pedal. 109 to 60. 4:15 to the 8th and a 6:26, 228, and the team look very happy indeed with that one. Even John Wright's got a wry smile on his face. Well done to the Venom team, very tidy indeed. 6:26, 228. So they've had a 6:16 and a 6:26 today. Nicely done. Right, we move on to Super Street Bike for Taylor's Trophy. We have a bump spot of 7.40. And first up, Ross Morrison. He's on the outside looking in. Best of 7.77 today. Alex Hope, he's in 7.21. The last session for Super Street Bike. Well, Alex has kept the front wheel down all the way through. 7.01, 204 miles an hour for Alex Hope. He goes to number 2. Ross Morrison, best from him, 7.66, moves up from 10 to 9. But Alex Hope, that was superb. The bike was under control all the way. The power feed was superb. And not only that, the front wheel stayed down. Right, next up, Ven, 6.96. He's your number 1 man. Now on the bump, Dave Smith with that 7.40. Well, he's actually, he was on the bump before this. It was just Alex Hope moving up from 6 to 1. Ven with a 121 to 60. Powering on through to a 6.90. Look at the speed, 218.04. Steve Venables, nicely done, sir. 14.41 for Dave Smith. No improvement for him, clicked it early. speed there. Right, next up, Steve Wood with the Street Lightning Booster on an 8 flat. Alan Morrison Jr., 7.12. He's currently number 4. $122 for Alan Morrison to the 60, 465, 168, 698, 212 for Alan Morrison Jr. Oh, he's back in the 60s. That didn't take him long. Up to number 2. Steve Wood goes 797. He's in the 7s. That's where he wanted to be. Good job. Oh, the last session of Super Street Bike is always good, and this is proving to be the case tonight here. 6. It's early evening now. It's getting a little bit darker. Scoreboard's a fair bit brighter now. You can see reflections on the drag strip. The tree shines a lot brighter in these conditions. Right, next up, Steve Mead, Jake Michelle. Jake not qualified at the moment. Needs to go quicker than 7:40. Steve Mead currently number 7 on a 7:30. If both of these two can improve to the sort of performance levels that we know, you could have another super low bump spot, but let's see what happens. Oh, it's not going to be Steve Mead, but Jake Michelle, 7:03 at 206 miles an hour. Steve Mead stays in the number 8 spot. Well, he's now on the bump spot, 7.30. Oh, if Steve Mead could put down a number, then we could have seen the bump in the 7.1s. All right, these two are safety qualified, and they're both on 7.19. Mark Dainty and Mark Hope. Well, we said it about Alex. If he could keep his front wheel down, the numbers will come. Same thing applies to Mark. Oh, Mark Dainty's bike did not move at all. So Mark Hope out on his own. 7:18 finds 100th, but 205.09 at the stripe. Well, no idea what happened to Mark Dainty then. The bike staged okay, but when the flag dropped, the bike did not move. Right, Gary Bowe, he's on a 7:03 in the number 4 spot. He is the next and, of course, the last bike to run. Well, considering Gary Bowe's only been running in September this year, we haven't seen him all year, and he's back and running in the 7.0s with the new methanol combination. Well done. $123 to $60 for Gary. He stayed in the middle, and he goes 7:02, 198 miles an hour. That's his best run of the day. Keeps him in number 4. Right, move on to ET Bike. Right, just a few classes to go, and that's qualifying done for the day. This is ET Bike. Still got Sportsman ET, VW Sportsman and Outlaw Flat Four tucked around the corner. Right, Right, ET Bike is the darling class, and it's 9.10 the target for Michael Gooding, 10.90 for Peter Harrison, 9.13, and Michael stays number 2, 10.87. That's a breakout there for Peter, so no change in position. Paul Adams and Justin Moulton up next. Paul Adams dialing in 9.03. Justin 10.98. Paul is currently number 6. Justin number 12. Oh, 901 breakout for Paul Adams, just that a little bit too quick. Just like Justin Moulton did. Breaks out by 200ths as well, so no improvement there. Justin goes 10.96 on a 98 darling. All right, Matt Jones and Johnny Young. Johnny looking for a 980. Matt looking for 10 flat. Oh, 971 for Johnny Young. Nicely done, lads, but a little bit too quick. 10.19 there for Matt. So Matt moves up from 10 to 7. Johnny drops a spot because he went way too quick. Robbie Dobby alongside. Oh, that's all right, Robbie's dialing. There we go, 11.50. Going alongside Bill Marsh. He's dialing 9.20. Bill goes 9.36. Robbie goes 11.83. Bill Marsh moves up from 11 to 7. And Robbie drops from 10 to 11. Leo Lester and Dave Grundy. 10.60 and 10.63, the respective dial-ins. Nice light there for Dave Grundy, 007. But as we know, it's about the ETs. 10.81, 10.74. Dave Grundy moves up from 10 to 5 and no change for Leo. All right, quick time trial run for Mark Dainty. Just slotted one in here as the bike didn't leave the line, so running out of session, so it is classed as a time trial. And tried to give it everything it had, but a 132 to 60 foot and 523 to the 8th. I think he may have found something out on that run that if he'd have waited till tomorrow would have certainly resulted in probably getting a second place finish in a matchup. Right, so Sportsman ET. So I think that's all the bikes run for today. Just some cars left to go. Sportsman ET, VW Sportsman and Outlaw Flat Four. Just 3 classes to go. Steve Mellors with the Hulk MX-5, and nice to see the mascot there as well. Going alongside your number 1 qualifier, Rob Cresswell with the Beast, the Audi RS4. The dial-ins then, 13.75 for Rob, 16.50 for Steve. $13.91. Steve goes 16.65. Steve Mellors picks up a spot there, goes from 11 to 10. And of course, Rob stays number 1. Carl Maguire and 17.80, the dial-in on the back of the Mondeo estate for Chris Wynn. So Carl getting to the strike first, looking for a 12.22. And gets one. Look at that, 12.22 with a 3. Outhouse to penthouse, number 1 qualifier then in the last session. Can anybody take it away from him? 17.77 in the Auto Glim lane. But well done, Carl. Nicely done, sir. Right, Tig with Ruby, the Barracuda, wants 14.15. And AC Bell with the C10 pickup, looking for 17.49. Zero lights a pair. And 14.15 with a 9. Tig hits his number, goes to number 2. 17.26. That's a breakout, unfortunately. So AC not going to move up. Debbie Taylor and Jeff Cowley. Jeff looking for a 15.15. Debbie was a 14.87. Jeff away nicely, 0-2 reaction time. But can he hit that 15.15? Oh, nearly. 15.17, 14.89 for Debbie Taylor. Debbie moves up to number 4. Jeff moves up to number 5. They're all getting it right in the last session here of Sportsman ET. Right, Ashley Clark. 12 flat, the quickest you can dial in Sportsman ET. Georgina looking for a 15.95. Georgina had a brilliant start today, but everybody else has just got better and pushing her down the order. $12.70 at 107 for Ashley. And Georgina goes 16.04. So no improvement for the two of them. Well, those of you looking at the live feed, your pictures are nice and bright, but trust me, it's getting a fair bit darker here, to be honest. It's just the way that the cameras compensate for the daylight. So, yeah, your feed is a lot brighter than it actually is here. That is Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. Go alongside Connor Holt with the Out of Time Racing Astra. That's up for grabs. Interested in buying a 13-second Sportsman ET car, that Astra. Good little car. Connor looks after that really, really well. And trust me, 13.3, that's not hanging about. $13.44 plays 14.14. Gary Lake moves up from 18 to 13. Connor stays number 6. Oh, another one that likes to move up then. Dan Holloway. He's currently number 11. Felicity Gibbs, number 7. The reason for that is that they're all fighting it out for the championship. in the Sportsman ET. Dan Holloway is your points leader. Felicity Gibbs, number 2. And here they are lining up together. There's only 10 points between them. And Felicity is 4 places ahead. So going to eliminations, I think Flick could take the lead. So it all depends on what happens in this pairing, because that could be quite crucial going into eliminations. So Dan looking for a 16.23. Felicity looking for a 17.33. This pass could affect championship outcomes. Let's see. 16.30 for Dan, 17.37. They both improve, but they both improve by 1 spot in qualifying. So Felicity qualifies still 4 places ahead of Dan. Let's see what else happens. You've got Holly Walters. She's number 8. She's between the two of them at the moment. Jill Medley, number 14. Now, Holly is number 6 in the points chase. Jill Medley, number 5. So Jill looking for a 12.59. Gets a 12.60. Oh boy. Moves up to number 3 with that one. Well done, Jill. Great pass. And that pushes Holly down a spot. She goes 15.90. Well, Simon Groves is going to have some fun tonight sorting out the qualifying points. He's grimacing at me. There's a wry smile, thinking, curses. All right, last one to go. I think it's Kirsty Tram. Now then, dial in for Kirsty, 14 flat. So Kirsty currently number 12. She went 14.05. 14.70, all way off pace there. I don't quite know why it dropped off so much. Tom reckons it was a bit of vibration off the line or whatever it was. Okay, so we move to VW Sportsman. Just this and I believe Outlaw Flat Four to go. Yep. They're all in the lanes. First up then, Polly Judge and Paul Robinson. Polly number 4, Paul number 2. Points chase led by Rob Cresswell, with John Crawford in the number 2 spot. Jack Gooding, number 3. Morgan Wilson, number 4. Right. Good to bring them up to the line. So the targets then 16.36 for Polly, 14.40 for Paul. 14.70 and 16.32 breakout for Polly. No improvements for either of them. They stay put. Polly 4, Paul 2. Emma Sadler with Shaky J, the Golf, currently in the number 17 spot, wants to see a 15.50 or thereabouts. Steve Metcalf with the Imposter, 15.20 for the Audi TT. 1563 and a 1574. Steve Metcalf drops a spot because Emma Sadler moved up 10 spots there to number 7. Well done. John Crawford, Steve Stone. John Crawford really wants to move higher than 17 spot in qualifying here. Really crucial for his championship hopes. I know he's got a mountain to climb to try and catch Rob Cresswell, but John's not one to give in. And 1573 is the number he wants to get. Steve Stone looking for a 1620. John Crawford goes 1635. The golf not working well today. Unusual. Stays in the number 17 spot. 1671 in the auto glim lane. Right, Andrew Barnbrick and Justin Foley. Golf taking on Audi GT. The Darlings End, 1420, place 1501. Andrew heads for the stripe and gets a 1435. Justin goes 1538. Andrew moves up to 5 from number 12. Nicely done, sir. Right, Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace Racing Golf, currently in the number 12 spot. Stu Hodgson with the Beetle. He's number 18. Right, Bruce, 1518. 1590 for Stuart. See what they can do. Their last qualifying runs in VW Sportsman. $15.43 there for Bruce. 18.87. So Bruce moves up from 12 to 9. No change for Stuart. Ethan Lyle with a rolling P. Going alongside Simon Clare with the Black Pearl. Audi TT is becoming quite popular now in VW Sportsman, and spoke to Luke Stevenson about this and telling us that they've become affordable. That's why you're starting to see quite a few of them appearing in VW Sportsman. So a pair of 14-second Darlings then. Simon Clare looking for a 14.10. Ethan looking for a 14.40. Ethan 14.42 moves up from 12 to 3, and a 14.26 for Simon Clare. He moves up as well. Nicely done. Moves up to number 7. That can all change with the next pairing, and probably can. Right, you got Morgan Wilson currently number 8, and Jack Gooding number 4. Jack Gooding is number 3 in the points chase. Morgan Wilson number 4 in the points. And there's only 50 points between these two. Jack's get there first. 16.73, no help for him. Morgan breaks out, goes 17.69. So Jack stays 4, Morgan stays 8. Next pair, Daniel taking on Phil. The Loco Polo and the Dragon Wagon, and it's 14.10, playing 14.72. Got to thank Daniel, actually. Him and his brother sorted me out when the plea for help with the wheels for the Mini, and Alex sorted out my shall we say very stuck split rim bolts that are snapped, and Alex down at the car kitchen sorted them out for me. Thank you very much indeed. And not only that, Dan's getting a free car clean as well. So the Loco Polo coming up to the line alongside the Dragon Wagon. It's the 1410 dial-in playing the 1472. Daniel currently number 19, Phil currently number 15. $14.36. Daniel moves up to 13. Phil improvement for Phil, drops a spot because of Daniel's improvement. Right, here we go. It is the beast of Rob Cresswell, and he is number 1 in the points chase, but it's only number 14 on the qualified order at the moment. Connor Jones currently number 9 with the Beetle. He dials in 16.65. Rob dials in 13.80. $13.67, big old break out there for Rob. And joining the club, $16.58 on a 65. That's a breakout also for Connor Jones. So that's a wrap for VW Sportsman. We just got Outlaw Flat Four in the lanes. And then we're done for the day. And we are done for qualifying, not just for this event, but for the 2021 season. Just a tiny bit of sledding going on in the Autoglim lane. And that's fact in both lanes. So it is literally, I think, 7 cars to go. And it's Outlaw Flat Four. They're going to close qualifying here. Day 1 of 2 at the STP National Finals. Lovely late sunset in the distance there. You can just see the spectator grandstands just catching the last few rays of sunshine. Very low cloud cover, but then the sun just setting behind in the distance there. You've got this nice bit of mood lighting coming across the racetrack. Very deep orange glow in the tower as well. You can see at the far end. So here we go then. Outlaw Flat Four, last class of the day. And I think it's just 5 cars, actually, not 7. So Lucas Dalgleish and Darren Shepherd, it's a heads-up class. Oh, Lucas Dalgleish unfortunately just pulling left. Darren Shepherd goes 11.73. A little bit of an improvement, but not in position. I've just had a fantastic message come through on Messenger. And I'm going to read this one out actually. It's from Sharon Starks, and she says, everyone enjoying the drag racing coverage at home in Southampton, loving the subtitles, bearing in mind that they are automatically generated. Purdy is coming out as Puddy. Some of the words you are using are hysterical. The pairing becomes darling. Thanks for that, Sharon. But as I say, they are auto-generated. Imagine trying to keep up with subtitles all day long. Be nigh on impossible. So it is an automatic process. Okay, Paul Bate and Adam Lowe. The Orange Street Beast Beetle taking on the Flat Four. Oh, problems there for Adam Lowe, the flat-out Beetle, just pulling over to the right-hand side. Paul Bate with the Beetle, best 1080 so far. Finds 100th, 1079. So he stays 3, Adam Lowe stays 4. Right, just one car to go. And it is James Wooten with the V-Dub Performance Beetle. Has run 988. So James Whitney is your number 2 man at the moment. It's going to take a monstrous leap in performance to take the number 1 spot. So he is secure in number 2. .151 to 60, 446 to the 330, 668 to the 8th, and goes through with a 10.16 at 142 miles an hour. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap for qualifying. Thank you all so very, very much indeed for joining us today. Have a nice, pleasant evening. Those of you that are staying on site, thanks for tuning in wherever you are in the world, watching the coverage here from the STP National Finals. We get things going once again tomorrow morning. Don't forget, it is eliminations. And not only that, it is going to be absolutely fantastic tomorrow. Kicking things off with Sportsman eliminations at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Kicking things off with Pro ET and Super Pro. And then we work our way through and have all finals, if things go to plan, just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Fuelers Bar will be closing at 11:30 tonight. The Pod Shop closes at 8, so not too late to pop over there. Nitro FM are going to take over the airwaves in a moment, but many thanks indeed to our track crew, our timing crew, Eurodragster.com, Nitro FM, everybody on site that's doing everything they can to ensure that all the meetings run superbly here at Sandipod Raceway. I'm going to sign off from the tower now, go and catch up with loads of people in the pits. So it's time for Nitro FM to take over the airwaves. Have a great evening, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.